never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Is it really that time again already? Wow. Where does the time go? Hey, we wrap up Wednesday hump day in the books in the Eastern Time Zone. Good evening to our friends on the West Coast. Time zone to time zone, we'll be working our way into a Thursday. Moving that freight around the country. Maybe you're just a third shift worker. Maybe you're just someone that can't sleep at night. Well, that's what we're here for. Keep you company through the overnight hours. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It's a bit of an active night for eastern portions of the country tonight. Had a pretty tranquil day, beautiful day. Took advantage of the warmer temperatures as we were into the upper 60s. Matter of fact, currently holding on at 64 degrees at this hour. I think we're going to be, rather than warming overnight, we're going to see temperatures begin to drop here in the Ohio Valley. We've got a frontal system that's knocking on the door, and that's going to be bringing some rain into the region. Right now, we've got rain along a line stretching from well up into Ontario and Quebec. Yeah, you've got some snow in the Quebec area, a little freezing rain mix in there. But rain pushing through Toronto. It's raining in Detroit. Rain's going to be pushing out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. But from Fort Wayne, it's raining down into Indianapolis, on over into Dayton, Ohio. Rain's going to be pushing into our region in short order. You get into some heavier rain when you get down into southern portions of Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and on into north central and northeastern Arkansas. There's our frontal system. After a brief warm-up, back to reality. And, of course, here we are, 1 week to the day. Thanksgiving, 1 week from today. How about that? The clock is ticking, many preparing to get a head start on the travel ahead of Thanksgiving. And we touched on it last evening, but forecasters are warning Americans, pack your patience before you head out. You want to brace for delays and disruptions thanks to Mother Nature. We could be looking at a huge mess as you head out for your Thanksgiving journeys. Travel this year expected to be close to the pre-pandemic levels. Yeah, AAA said the repercussions of this storm that they're anticipating in the days ahead of the holiday, which could be rather far-reaching, lingering effects right on into Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, one of the busiest travel days of the year. There are two major weather players that could conspire to wreak havoc across parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. A wintry storm that's going to develop over the Central Plains coming up this weekend, probably about Sunday, second half of the weekend. Then a storm's going to develop off the Atlantic coast a day or two later. Now, there's still a number of different scenarios that forecasters are considering how this coastal storm's going to behave. Precipitation will come in the form of rain or snow, depending on your location, but the I-95 corridor in the Northeast will probably just see rainfall. But we could be looking at a huge mess and a real wrench, a monkey wrench being thrown into holiday travel. So that first storm's going to organize over the Central Plains Sunday. It'll track northeast toward the Great Lakes Monday and head on up into Ontario and western Quebec on Tuesday. But as the storm makes its journey, it's going to strengthen rapidly enough to be considered a bomb cyclone. Rapid intensification, that means winds will be a factor. Now, with that potential track, an area of heavy snowfall may spread across portions of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, northern Michigan, and on up into central Ontario and Quebec. And as the storm strengthens, high winds could develop as the temperatures will then plunge across the Midwest and then the Northeast. Lake effect snows, shifting bands of lake effect snow and snow squalls will unfold, which could bring some locally heavy accumulations from northern Indiana, Michigan, parts of Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, on up into Maryland, New York State, between Monday and Wednesday, all going to be busy travel times. Even though the core of the storm is going to be centered over the Midwest, the cold front that's going to sweep across the southern states, the Appalachians and the eastern seaboard, triggering a brief band of heavy rain and gusty thunderstorms, could lead to some flooding and disrupted travel along the I-95 corridor. Then they'll be monitoring closely for the development of a secondary storm near the Atlantic coast, probably beginning Monday. Now, that's where the big key factor is. It's still a few days out. Can't get a real handle just yet, but some of the models are becoming in more agreement that this could set the stage for snow. And if the storm strengthens quickly, it'll probably hug the mid-Atlantic coast. It could potentially hook back and move through New England. It could even intensify enough to become another bomb cyclone in that scenario. It's becoming an all too common term in forecasting. So areas from New York City to Washington, D.C., you'll probably dodge the heaviest, steadiest rain from the coastal storm, but areas further inland could be in for quite the soaking. Portions of Maine, New Brunswick, and maybe eastern Massachusetts potentially slammed with heavy rain, flooding, strong winds. Monday into Tuesday, flooding on streets and highways could undoubtedly lead to some major travel delays for the motorists out there. Now, according to forecasters, the rainfall would not be the only disruption causing a form of precipitation. There's the chance that several inches to as much as a foot of snow will fall on areas of upstate New York, near and north of Albany, on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, as this storm rapidly strengthens, there's a secondary storm scenario across the central Appalachians. A change from rain to a period of accumulating snow may occur as well. So in either scenario, locally heavy lake effect snow, slippery travel will be in the forecast across the interior Northeast Tuesday into Wednesday as that cold air pours in with those gusty winds. Major storm may significantly compound airport and airline challenges. With the gusty winds alone, even without thunderstorms, you can cause some substantial delays. And we're talking a number of the major airport hubs. Chicago is a mess on any given day, on a good day, right? Chicago, where flights go to get off schedule. Minneapolis and Detroit, Monday and Tuesday. Even some of the major hubs in the South, Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina, on up the East Coast, Washington, D.C., Philly, and New York, Monday to Wednesday of next week. Then there will be that potential for severe thunderstorms sweeping eastward from the south central states to the Atlantic coast, Monday into Tuesday of next week. All right, so difficult times making those travel plans, travel arrangements for the Thanksgiving week ahead. Now, going back over the past weekend, we had the pretty significant warm-up there in the Northeast. And we saw a rare outbreak of severe weather in parts of the Northeast, at least 9 tornadoes touching down in a number of states. Some tense moments along with significant damage, but the good news, ultimately, no fatalities reported. For the first time in more than 70 years, they tell us, Connecticut residents were dealing with tornado cleanup in the month of November. Since the records going back to the 1950, the state has never recorded a tornado after Halloween. But this past Saturday, the state dealt with not just the first November tornado, but 3 others as well. The day's strongest twister impacted the town of Stonington in the southeastern corner of the state, right there near the Rhode Island border. Winds topping out at 90 miles per hour with a confirmed tornado. It was an EF1 tornado. NBC Connecticut reported that the basis for the EF1 rating was a crushed shed with gutters and shutters being ripped off a number of homes. The state had never recorded a December tornado, but this weekend's twister was the latest in that state's history there. Again, 3 other confirmed tornadoes. These are the smaller, the EF0 tornadoes, but tornadoes nonetheless. Forecasters said the outbreak was rather rare due to the meteorological conditions in the region. And temperatures weren't all that warm. Highs were only in the 60s, not typically the kind of weather you'd anticipate tornadoes developing. But the unique conditions that these tornadoes formed in are a testament to just how much energy that was associated with that storm as it worked its way through the Northeast over the past weekend. Elsewhere in the Northeast, that same system spawning more tornadoes. We had tornadoes in New York and Rhode Island Saturday, including 4 that were confirmed in Long Island, east of New York City. Fierce winds sending trees onto cars. Thousands of customers were left without power there. So interesting as we, all right, make our way into a Thursday. Who's checking in out of the box here? First was Roy, who must have been sitting right there ready to dial in at the moment the program came on. Heavy D is on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Stay safe out there. Let's see, Captain Ron checking in, Semper Fi. Larry is on board as usual. There's Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Clear 55 degrees in Christiansburg, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Let's say hello from Roscoe, Illinois. Stephen checking in. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard on board. 66 degrees at this hour. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Hello to Chris checking in. Morning, truckers. It's Chris, the night shift nurse, checking in. It's been a while. Working 4 12s in a row this week. Oh, boy. So busy week for the night shift nurse. Good to have you on board. Everybody have a great day out there. Heat wave checking in from Utah, headed for the Mile High City where we've got 31 degrees. Clear tonight. Bama checking in from Cave City, Kentucky at this hour, headed up to Indiana. I think this whole truck driver shortage may have to do with the experienced drivers no longer wanting to live in a truck for 3 or 4 weeks out there on the road. Yeah, the pay or the lack thereof, it isn't worth it. Plus the cost of living on the road, way too expensive. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's been the trend for a number of years now, right? Drivers wanting to get home on a nightly basis or every other day kind of thing. Yeah, the era of the drivers out there on the road for 2 and 3 months at a time. Yeah, there's a few left, but it's few and far between in this era. Hello to the Michigan Mad Bad on board. Richard checking in there. 007 is on board, checking in from Allerton, Illinois, at the Flying J there tonight. Hey, Tim. Morning, Steve. Hey, we got a win from OSHA today. Indeed, that's the vaccine mandate for the companies with 100 or more employees. That is on hold. The courts. Looks like this thing's probably ultimately going to go all the way to the Supreme Court. But for the time being, yes, the mandate is on hold. Everything's kind of up in the air again. Hello to Eskimo Bomb checking in. Happy Thursday. Hang on to the steering wheel of the Great Lakes. This wind is crazy. I ran through a quick shower near Vandalia, but it's chasing me at this time. We've got clouds and 65 degrees near Westchester. All right, rolled it up on 15 past the hour. Good to have you on board. Our number is always 844-844-3388. Industry headlines coming up. Lots to cover as we make our way into the 18th day of November. Again, 1 week to Thanksgiving Day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as far as the vaccine mandate on businesses with 100 employees or more, it is on hold. The courts issuing a stay on the order as litigation and appeals remain underway. All right, we all know the mandate, what's going on. Yeah, OSHA says they're confident that their authority to protect workers in emergencies, but they've suspended activities related to the implementation and the enforcement of this mandate pending future developments in the litigation. It was the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals out of New Orleans, you'll recall, on November the 12th, issued the stay, arguing that OSHA exceeded their statutory authority in violation of the Constitution. All right, written arguments that this OSHA ETS is now set to enact December 5th and January 4th deadlines, but the suspension of the order means businesses will not have to comply until the courts determine OSHA's statutory authority and the constitutionality of this mandate. Now, they tell us those written arguments are not due to the courts until after the December 5 and January 4 deadlines. And according to the report, the appeals will probably wind up being decided, as I mentioned, in the Supreme Court, according to the National Law Review. So who knows how long that's going to take to work its way through the courts. I got an email from Big Sexy a little bit ago. Maybe he'll check in at some point in time. Did you feel the rumble? Jonesboro, Arkansas. Many people, according to it's Region 8 News, many people felt an earthquake this past evening. According to the Central U.S. Earthquake Consortium, a 3.7 magnitude quake occurred 8:53 p.m. in northern Butler County, again, Arkansas. It was later upgraded to a 4.0 magnitude quake, centered about 12 and a half miles northwest of Poplar Bluff. Now, News 8 received several phone calls, viewers who felt the quake, including people in Jonesboro, Pocahontas, Manette, and Corning. The Missouri earthquake was felt as far south as Paragould, Wayne, Marked Tree, and the Trianza area, and 175 miles away at the Central U.S. Earthquake Consortium in Memphis. It was also felt as far west as Beebe in White County. One resident was at home near the elementary school when the quake happened. He said he was in his recliner and he noticed the apartment started shaking. Shaking happened, he said, maybe 7 to 10 seconds. It stopped and then started again. The Clay County Sheriff said his office was inundated with calls about the quake. No reports of damages in the county, according to the sheriff there. But, yeah, a little shake, rattle, and roll here just a few hours ago, as a matter of fact. All right, now let's see. Gilligan out of the box here. Got a traffic update for us, do you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe I've got two of my fellow shuttle drivers in that looks like either the I-81 is closed at the southbound at the 98 in Virginia, or it's just very creeping along because they've just barely moving. Right now, it's at least a 3 or 4 mile backup.
Wow.
They also told me that they don't see any northbound traffic. They can't really tell anything from their location what's going on because they're sitting in the middle of it.
Okay.
So I figured I'd give the other drivers a heads up on it. Yeah, my night was going good till I found out about that. The good thing about it is I got the heads up on it, but good old reliable US 11 wanders away from 81 a ways here, and it gets a little bit of a pain to get over here to get on it and run around it. Probably going to cost me 20 minutes, but beats sitting over there for an hour or so.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
All right, well,
Yep.
yeah, maybe somebody else out there maybe has a little more info. I'll see what I can dig up. We can find anything on that, but all right.
All right. Bye-bye. I hear any more, I'll let you know, Steve.
All right.
I appreciate it. I'll get off here and let somebody else in.
All right.
Maybe I'll call later.
All right. Thank you much, Gilligan. Be safe out there. There's your heads up. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in Ackworth, Georgia. Yeah, got 50 degrees. I'm going to go hit that little white ball around tomorrow. Getting ready for the big match against my brother the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Going to be a family affair, right? His stepson, nephew, and nephew's in-laws are all going to join us for the first time. Should be a lot of fun. Good. I hope the weather cooperates with you as well. The missus and I went to my mom's this past day, took some tables and a bunch of chairs, getting ready for Thanksgiving Day. We stopped at the Great Walmart Supermarket, or the Great Wall Supermarket in Duluth. And we're checking on seafood prices for a fish boil that we're planning on doing Wednesday. And prices were stupid high. Anyway, I'm going to be taking off until the Monday after Thanksgiving, so I may not be checking in so much, but everybody have a great night, a wonderful Thanksgiving, and be careful out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, enjoy that fish boil on Wednesday. And then you do your traditional turkey dinner, is it? On Thanksgiving Day? All right, it's 844-844-3388 under the industry headlines. How many times do we have to say, don't necessarily have to follow the GPS? They don't actually know, in many cases, where a big truck's not allowed to be. But in this case, from WANE out of Indiana, a tanker truck drove on and subsequently crushed a trail bridge in Steuben County this past morning. It was a trail bridge over wetlands off State Route 127, about 5 miles north of downtown Angola. But photos shared with WANE News show a large section of the bridge destroyed. KPC News, our news gathering partner, reported the truck driver said his GPS device led him down the trail. The truck was hauling calcium chloride, according to KPC. All right, what else we got in the mix here? The supply chain crisis. Solving the supply chain crisis is less like a detective show and more like a reality weight loss show, according to transportation expert David Carell. The analogy from the lecturer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Center for Transportation suggests there's not a single culprit, but rather a need for the reordering of priorities. And those priorities include better utilization and improved treatment of truck drivers. We're all sort of living with the consequences of the prioritizations we made in America over the years and over the course of the pandemic, and the only way we can do better is to reprioritize in a way that respects truck drivers, their time, and the truck drivers' dignity, and harmonizes the system. Now, he was offering, his was part of the testimony at the House Transportation and Infrastructure hearing that was focused on supply chain issues this past day. Now, issues discussed: detention time and the lack of truck parking out there. He was joined by the ATA President Chris Spear, the Port of Long Beach Executive Director, the Association of American Railroads President, the Transportation Intermediaries Association President, and the Transportation Trades Department President, all witnesses on the panel. Now, it's interesting how Carell is more along the lines of what's going on with the, quote, driver shortage. He's more inclined to feel like OOIDA, although the ATA contends that part of the supply chain issue is the shortage of 80,000 truck drivers. Carell said, wait a minute, the bigger issue is the inefficient use of the existing truck drivers. Well, there you go. His quote was, "I believe that the American truck driver is chronically underutilized and has been since at least 2016, when our data begins." So there you go. Wasting too many hours. If you're only actually driving 6.5 hours in an allocated 11-hour driving day because you're spending so much time waiting to load, waiting to unload, and it's just wasting all those useful hours. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Still no verdict in the Rittenhouse trial. Interesting, another full day of deliberations. So we'll give you the latest there. And so much more to come. You want to jump on board? Our number 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break and come back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Health officials are warning Americans about the uptick in hospitalizations among those fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The concern about fading immunity against severe COVID infection comes as the FDA is expecting to authorize a Pfizer vaccine booster for adults 18 and older. The CDC reporting a decline in effectiveness among the elderly and residents of long-term care facilities who received their shots first. Jurors in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse have concluded their deliberations for Wednesday. Rittenhouse is facing charges for fatally shooting 2 protesters and injuring a third during riots and looting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile is calling for protesters not to repeat the actions of the summer of 2020. USA Radio News.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, hello to Marianne, checking in from Southwest Ohio. Yes, indeed. Have a great day. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion pool hauler. Morning, Steve. I'm back from a 5-day break. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, checking in from St. Joe's, Missouri this morning. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Yeah, glad you're there when I can't sleep at night. Had a beautiful day here in Kentucky, but here comes the bad news. One of those 4-letter words. Cold. It's coming in. Yeah, everybody be safe out there. Hello to Pappy this morning. Here comes the rain and the wind. 64 degrees in Harrison. Power had been out, just came back on. Be safe. Drive safe out there. Hello to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Justin's on board. Deborah checking in from a rainy Indiana. Eric, what's up, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation from East Central Indiana. Dingbats out there. Dingbats on board this morning. Hey there. Good to have you with us. Underpaid checking in. A cool 47 this morning in Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Dan says got 30 degrees in western Wisconsin. Sticky Buns checking in from Cave City. And yeah, Miss Millie, I hate winter. The older I get, the less I like it. Wonder what happened to my golden years. I guess that's not in the master's hands when you become disabled. Had to retire 12 years ago. All right, Russell checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Stay safe out there. Checking in from Columbus, Ohio. And, of course, Gilligan had checked in a few minutes ago, mentioning I-81 southbound closed at the 98-mile marker there in Virginia. And Horse Feathers is on board somewhere. Where you at? Maryland?
Oh, I'm in Maryland. So, morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
So anyways, I was kind of half watching the evening news. Now, did you just say something about there's going to be a foot of snow with this storm for us?
Potentially in some areas. I'm thinking the foot's going to be the higher elevations, if you know what I mean.
Okay. So not now. We won't have to worry about nothing down here in the lowlands then. Just further, possibly some rain showers and stuff. So anyways, I'm watching the evening news there, and they're saying there's another virus around now, and I guess we got something called the monkeypox. You know anything about monkeypox? Do you get that by getting licked by monkey gouger, or how does that work?
Good question. I remember it's been 6 or 8 months ago. I remember there was a guy that had flown into somewhere down in Texas, and he had monkeypox, and they were trying to backtrace all the people that had been on. I think he initially flew into Atlanta, and then down somewhere into Texas. I mean, I remember that. Is this a new case of monkeypox or what?
Yeah, we got something here. It was on the local news here tonight, so maybe you can check there. I was watching the WBAL Channel 11 there, Baltimore. So maybe you can look into that and see what's up with that. And are we going to have to get a vaccination, or do they have a monkeypox vaccination? Are we going to be mandated to get the monkeypox vaccination, or
oh boy,
or do you get rid of it by getting like a French kiss from monkey gouger? You know, how's that all going to work?
Right. All right, I'm looking here. Okay, I found it. Yeah. Okay, monkeypox confirmed in a person in Maryland, according to the CDC this past day. It is the second case this year involving a person who had traveled to the U.S. from Nigeria. The first case was in Texas back in July. This is not related to the case there in Maryland. Before this year, the illness had not been seen in the United States since 2003. Symptoms include fatigue, fever, headache, muscle aches, within a week to 14 days after exposure, and then patients develop a bumpy rash that spreads over the entire body. Most patients recover within a month, although they are considered contagious until those raised bumps have scabbed over and fallen off. Yummy.
Yeah, I was going to say, until you said something about raised bumps, that sounded like COVID. That whole thing you were reading off there, that sounded like the symptoms of COVID.
Sure.
So until you got to the bump there. So, anyways, so in our political news, who's this representative that made a cartoon hero character of himself and was defeating Andrea? How do you say her name? Is that AOC? Is that one that's Cortez? Oh, I don't know how to.
I mean. Just say AOC. Yeah.
All right. Was that AOC that he made himself a superhero comic book character, and he was defeating her? So did you catch that? He got censured and he lost all his committee rights, and so I don't know. I guess there's some bickering and bantering going on down in Washington there. I think we need to have a release of hot air out of the swamp. What do you think?
Yeah, there's plenty of it there. That's for sure. No, I didn't catch that. I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, well, when you're Googling through your DC political news, I'm sure it'll pop up there for you.
Yeah.
So, or maybe somebody else heard about it, but I missed the name of the representative, and as I say, I did see he was censured and he was thrown off his committee, whatever committees he was on. He was demoted from committees. So, but it wasn't a name that just stood out as something being recognized.
Yeah, Representative Paul Gosar, Gosar, Gosar of Arizona.
But it sounded pretty funny. They did show a picture of the cartoon there. I don't know if you can get to the videos of it there, but they did show a picture of the cartoon. So it was kind of comical. So, but other than that, I guess that's about what we got going on for you. Now with this rain coming in, one last question here. With this rain coming in, we're supposed to have it here Thursday evening, sometime in the evening. The local forecaster here, working with the AccuWeather God, says it's supposed to last like 5 or 6 hours. Now, how is that going to affect our viewing of the lunar eclipse there?
Yeah.
The totality was somewhere around 4 a.m. How's this going to affect our vision and viewing of all that? You know, are we going to get screwed out of another one? What's happening here?
I have a sneaky suspicion you're probably not going to be seeing much of that eclipse tomorrow night.
All right. I was just kind of curious about it there, whether I needed to call people and wake them up, or whether we were just going to have to watch a pretend version on TV or something there. So, anyways, hey, one last question about the moon. Well, I got you. One last question about the moon. So the other night, the moon's almost full. You could see it pretty good, and you got the Earth shadowing a little bit of the moon. But normally, when the Earth shadows the moon, it puts a curvature the shadow's kind of into the moon. The other night, the shadow looked like it was going out from the moon. You know what I mean? Instead of dishing in, it was like dishing out. How does that work? That the Earth is round, but the shadow on it seemed like it was going the wrong way from what it should have been on the moon.
I don't know.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I think you've been smoking some of them left-handed cigarettes or something. I don't know what the hell you're.
Well, usually the shadow in the moon is concaved into the moon, but it was looking convex on the moon the other night there. That it didn't look, it didn't look like it went in. It looked like that kind of went out. So I don't know. Kind of a goofy moon the other night. So, but hey, with that nonsense, we'll let you go look for a more intelligent caller. How about that?
We'll find us one here in short order. Yeah. Well, for us overnight crew, we won't need the alarm clock to wake us up, but for everyone else, yep, you'll need a loud alarm clock and a strong cup of coffee to enjoy the eclipse as the moon passes through the Earth's shadow. Coming up tomorrow night, Thursday night, Friday morning. All right, Jan, you can spend hours out there watching it all unfold. It all begins about 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern. And I believe totality, it's about 4 a.m. Eastern time, somewhere in that time frame. So, hey, it's November's full moon known as the Beaver Moon. Leading some people to kind of combine nicknames for the upcoming event, a micro beaver moon eclipse. Okay. All right, Bassy, back to your calls. Monkey Gouger's on the line, as a matter of fact. Did he say we were looking for a more intelligent caller? How does that happen? We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there's the scoop he was talking about. The House voting this past day to censure Republican Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona for posting an animated video that depicted him taking out Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, killing her with a sword. Censure, an extraordinary rebuke that highlighted the political strains testing Washington and the country today, calling the video a clear threat to a lawmaker's life. Democrats argued that Gosar's conduct would not be tolerated in any other workplace and should not be tolerated in Congress. So the vote to censure and also strip him of his committee assignments approved by a vote of 223 to 207. Yeah, obviously almost entirely along party lines. So in response, Gosar issues a statement which reads, President Trump called me his warrior for a reason. I have been fighting for America first and against the Democrats' efforts to destroy this country with open borders, drugs, illegal immigration, and human trafficking, all condoned and initiated by the Biden administration. My team created a short, animated video that depicts, in literary form, the plague of open borders and the people who promote and support it. It is done in a superhero format with good guys and bad guys. It flies through the air, it moves fast, but it does not incite violence. It does not promote violence. Even Twitter, the left wing's mouthpiece, did not remove the cartoon, noting it was in the public's interest for it to remain up. The cartoon contributes to the understanding and discussion of the battle that's taking place along the southern border, resulting from Mr. Biden's open border policies. Now, if this cartoon incites violence and needs to be banned and be punished for it, well, then the Cartoon Network, Disney, and all of Hollywood must be shut down and punished for all the cartoon and film violence they portray. Yeah, again, even Twitter didn't remove the cartoon. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the vote an abuse of power by Democrats to distract from the real problems out there. Now, of the censure, he said a new standard will continue to be applied in the future, signaling potential ramifications for Democratic members in future Congresses. Of course, the Democrats say there's nothing political about it, but there you go, back and forth in D.C. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning there, Steve. How you this morning?
Hanging with them.
Hanging with them, okay. Well, I'm still trying to figure out what corn poppers were trying to say a while ago. I've been running my brain crazy. But you was talking about they censored this representative over violence. Well, what about when Maxine Waters was up there? Get in their face. Go to their restaurants. Follow them home. What's the damn difference?
She was actually inciting violence.
Inciting a riot to knock, getting people's faces and stuff. She should have been censored. Matter of fact, she should have been cut out of Congress altogether with old blabbermouth self. I mean, boy, the stupidity is gonna never stop up there. And I don't know why these Republicans ain't fighting back with some of this gibberish that they flowed out there today. Where was Kevin McCarthy hollering about Maxine Waters? Where was the rest of them hollering about all this rhetoric that she stoked up here a year or two ago? How about when she took that Capitol guard, them guards to incite that riot? I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. If you're a Democrat, you can get away with murder. If you're a law-abiding citizen, they won't put your ass in jail. But, Steve, I called to talk a little trucking tonight. Yeah, have you read anything on the where the court overturned the regulations on trailers? these EPA regulations today?
I knew that was in the making. I touched on it the other day. Yeah, that the EPA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration had overstepped their bounds, that they do not have the authority to regulate trailers. They can regulate the trucks, but not the trailers.
Right. I think that is a good deal that they done today, and also OSHA has put a stop to Joe Biden's mandate. Did you read that?
Touched on that just a bit ago. Sure enough, yeah. So that's going all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yep. And I believe the Supreme Court's going to shoot it down. I mean, if they don't, half of this country is going to go, come to a screeching halt. Everybody's going to walk out. People's tired of this crap going on up there in Washington. I'm tired of it, and everybody else is too. I call it romper room up there anymore. But I think it's just a great day for the trucking industry that they finally seen the rules and regulations. They have overstepped the bound. Now, what the next thing they need to do is start looking into this doggone ELD and how much time we waste every day trying to get around docks, can't move at docks, can't do this, can't do that because of the damn ELD. They lighten up some of the restrictions on that, and then we'll show them how to go trucking.
Mm-hmm.
And be safe doing it. I mean, every time there's a national crisis, anything going on, they exempt that ELD rule or any logbook rules that there. So are we safer during that 3 weeks of that crisis? I mean, what's the deal here? So anyway, and then I got a mess going on. I got a transmission going out on me. And I called my place at home and told him, I said, I need a transmission. He said, good luck. He said, what's it doing? I said, it's synchronizer going from high to low, is hanging up, just scraping. Ain't got but 1,700,000 miles on it, and I just can't figure out why that thing went bad. But it did. And so anyway, he said, well, let me start looking. So he called me this morning, woke me up, and he said, I can't find a transmission.
Mm-hmm.
Not your style transmission. He said, I could find another transmission kind of like what you need. And I said, wait a minute, let me make a few phone calls and I'll call you back in a minute. So I called old buddy of mine in Dallas that worked for the transmission place. I told him what I had going on. He said, well, can you give me about 30 minutes to work on this? And I said, yeah. So he called me back 30 minutes and I located your transmission in Charlotte, North Carolina. I said, good. And he said, you want me to ship it to your house or how you want to do this? I said, well, if you can ship it to the, to the shop, I would appreciate it. And then when I get the other one taken out, I'll bring your core back to you, Charlotte. He said, that's perfect. It'll work out good. So anyway, I got that problem solved. Now the problem is getting it the next 1,400 miles back to the house without breaking down en route.
Oh boy. Well, you got really lucky being able to finding a transmission out there. I mean, with all the, everybody's been talking about, you need a parts, can't find anything. And you're lucky it's not on a container ship off the coast.
Well, Steve, bringing that up, I was at the Peterbilt place yesterday. Went over there to drink coffee and just pick up a couple parts. They got free coffee over there at this dealership. I go in over there all the time and overheard a conversation between two of the countermen, and he said, has anybody heard anything on this new truck we got down that needs an overhaul kit? He said, yeah, 180 days. Now, we're talking about a truck that ain't 6 months old. It shelled a cam and knocked out the pistons and everything else. And he's sitting there with probably about a $2,200 truck payment going on every month. 180 days out on this rebuild kit for Cummins.
Wow.
I said, great. Now, I said, I sure would hate to be in his shoes. He said, I'd hate to be the one that's got to make the phone call. I said, yeah, he's not going to be a happy camper. I guarantee you that. So
Yeah, this part deal really got serious, and it's more serious than what people think about. But Steve, that's what they get for outsourcing all this crap overseas. All that stuff could be made right here in the United States of America, and we wouldn't be having the problem we're having now. Buy American, build American, and to hell with them people overseas. It's time for us to start worrying about what's going on in this country. And to hell with China, to hell with everybody else over there. But no, old Joe Biden, he thinks he's got the answer to rebuild America. And he's tearing it down one cinder block at a time. So, Steve, that's about all I got tonight for you. Is everything all right? Your mother doing all right, I hope, and everything?
Yeah, she's doing okay. Yeah, one day at a time.
It takes a little while to get over it. She'll be all right.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna bump the dock and listen to the show, and we'll talk to you later, man.
Have a good morning there. Thanks for checking in, Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey, shout out to the bull hauler there, Lauren Weiss, right? It is 844-844-3388. Speaking of the Build Back Better, the Biden plan, trillions of dollars. I'll pull it up. I know I've got it in the mix over here. Buried on page 1,600 and something or other of that piece of legislation is billions of dollars that'll be going to illegals in this country. Our taxpayer dollars going to illegals. Will explain the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. First of all, we wrap up hour number one. We get a news update, and again, come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Health officials are warning Americans about the uptick in hospitalizations among those fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The concern about fading immunity against severe COVID infection comes as the FDA is expecting to authorize a Pfizer vaccine booster for adults 18 and older. The CDC reporting a decline in effectiveness among the elderly and residents of long-term care facilities who received their shots first. Jurors in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse have concluded their deliberations for Wednesday. Rittenhouse is facing charges for fatally shooting 2 protesters and injuring a third during riots and looting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile is calling for protesters not to repeat the actions of the summer of 2020. USA Radio News.
Right now, you are listening to USA Radio News, and we are following breaking news for you, which comes from Facebook's founder and CEO, Mark Zuckerberg. Here is what Mark had to say. Mark?
It is time for us to adopt a new company brand to encompass everything that we do. To reflect who we are and what we hope to build, I am proud to announce that starting today, our company is now Meta. Our mission remains the same. It's still about bringing people together. Our apps and their brands, they're not changing either. And we are still the company that designs technology around people.
Thank you, Mark. You can watch the full Connect keynote and learn more about how the metaverse will unlock new opportunities at meta.com. That's meta.com. And we will have more for you after these words.
The Biden administration's vaccine mandate is once again affecting federal workers.
Customs and Border Protection won't release the number, but it's likely that the jobs of thousands of Border Patrol agents are on the chopping block if the requests for COVID-19 vaccine exemptions aren't accepted or if they simply refuse to take the jab. Agents were required to report their vaccination status and face termination if not fully vaccinated by November 22nd. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
Former Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Henry Ruggs III is being ordered to appear in court again. This is because a judge says he missed an alcohol test. Ruggs faces decades behind bars if convicted of a deadly crash earlier this month. He faces numerous charges, including DUI, resulting in death. Ruggs' blood alcohol level after the crash came out to twice the legal limit. and you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans on Capitol Hill are demanding answers from the Attorney General.
A whistleblower has released an internal email that was dated a day before Attorney General Merrick Garland appeared before Congress in sworn testimony. The email was released Tuesday by the House Judiciary Committee, Republicans, who said this is the proof that federal counterterrorism was being deployed against concerned parents at school board meetings across the country. Republican Representative Jim Jordan on Fox News weighs in.
Well, he either lied to us or he doesn't know. Either one is bad for the country, bad for justice in America. This is no different than what the IRS did just a few years ago when they had remember the BOLO list? Be on the lookout for these kind of organizations using these kind of words. And they had a list of American citizens just like the FBI is doing now. So he either didn't know, which is terrible, or he misled the committee when he came in front of us.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Biden wants federal regulators to investigate whether oil and gas companies are behaving illegally. Biden writing a letter to the FTC chair and saying costs for those companies are going down, but gas prices are staying at a high level. AAA saying the national average for a gallon of gas was just over $3.41 a gallon, with the western United States being hit especially hard. Biden has no proof that oil and gas companies are doing anything wrong. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 underway. All right, the rest of the story. This massive $1.75 trillion spending bill would drop, they tell us, a component of the child tax credit program that could lead to billions in payouts to illegals. Tucked away, page 1,647 of the Build Back Better Act. You know, the Democrats' social spending package. There's a provision that would repeal the Social Security number requirement to obtain child tax credits. So that change would expand child tax credits to parents of illegal immigrants who don't have Social Security numbers. According to the Center for Immigration Studies researcher Stephen Camarota, he estimates eliminating that requirement could result in up to $2.3 billion in additional child tax credit payouts to illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants are able to receive benefits on behalf of the U.S.-born children. But the permanent elimination of the Social Security number requirement means that even illegal immigrants whose children are also illegally in the country can receive cash payments. including the roughly 600,000 unaccompanied minors and persons in family units that were stopped at the border this year and released into the country. He also estimates an $8.2 billion payout from the expanded child tax credits to illegal immigrants with U.S.-born children. In addition to dropping the Social Security number requirement, recipients of payments for illegal immigrants is made all the easier because reconciliation also eliminates the work requirement for next year. In the past, some illegal immigrants who worked off the books sometimes had trouble demonstrating an employment income. Now that would no longer be a problem. This year, 2021, the American Rescue Plan increased the maximum child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 per child under the age of 6, and it went from $2,000 to $3,000 for children ages 6 to 17. Yeah, the new proposal would extend those figures through 2022. Working families currently get the full credit if they make up to $150,000 for a couple or $112,500 for a family with a single parent. Families who do not make enough to be required to file taxes are also eligible for the credits. So the new legislation would eliminate the work requirement, which obviously is causing friction between Joe Manchin and some of the other Democrats. Manchin said, "I believe government should be your best partner, but it should not be your provider. We have a moral obligation to provide for people with incapacities, if you have physical or mental incapacities. But everyone else should be able to help and chip in." Yeah, that's his mindset, and that's correct. So there you go. What all else you think's buried in that? That's on page 1647. It's a mammoth piece of legislation. Good morning, Eagle. How we doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I missed the last couple of days. Yeah, I've been working pretty hard before this Thanksgiving holiday. Steve, you know something, Steve? I got some things to say tonight. Very interesting things, because you already know how I feel about Joe Biden and this current administration that's in the White House. But you know something, Steve? I've been Kamala Harris, this loser that they call the vice president. You know, it's been almost a year now since she took place, and I listened to you last night. I couldn't get in. I couldn't call in till the last moment. But somebody called in and said that Kamala Harris was going to be a scapegoat in this situation, that somehow she was going to be replaced by Barack Obama, and then Obama was going to kick Joe Biden to the curb and take over the White House. I don't see how that scenario could take place, but I think I heard somebody say that last night. And like I said before, if you think Obama, he destroyed the United States for 8 years, Steve. We can't take another 8 years of that loser. Like I say, he's bad enough. We got Biden in there, and he's nothing but a clone of Barack Obama, except he's worse. If that's possible, I never thought, Steve, and I've been talking to you for a long time. I thought Barack Obama, I thought he was rock bottom, Steve. I thought that you couldn't get no lower than Barack Obama when it came to the White House of America. I thought that no man could stoop as low as him. But then along came somebody named Joe Biden, and he took it to a whole nother. He took it to a whole nother level, Steve. Joe Biden is not even in the toilet. He's so low, he's not even in the toilet. If it's possible to be below the toilet, that's where he's got us in the sewer right now. He's taking this thing to a whole nother level, Steve. Joe Biden, and a lot of people say that the guy is stupid, the guy is dumb. But I really believe that a lot of these things that are taking place, Steve, has been done on purpose. And I give you the perfect example. I've given it to you so many times. When I clearly heard that guy on the stage when he was holding debates with Donald Trump, and he said he wasn't going to touch the oil industry. And guess what? The first day he was in the White House, he shut the pipeline down, put hundreds of thousands of oil industry workers out of work, Steve, out of work. And then he has the nerve to come on television in the last couple of days and say he can't understand why the gas prices are going high. Can you believe the nerve of this guy? He can't understand why American people are paying so much money for gas. Well, what a surprise, Joe Biden. If you're that stupid, then I guess you are dumb. If you don't know that you're the reason why the American people are paying more money for gasoline. Food prices have more than doubled, Steve, in America. Inflation. And all this is taking place. Here's the scary part about this whole deal, Steve. All this is taking place in less than a year. Less than a year. I'm not talking about 3 or 4 years of Biden in the White House. I'm talking about 10 to 11 months. This man has done so much damage to America, Steve. It's unbelievable what this man has done to this country. And the sad part about it is he has 3 more years because we don't have as sad as I hate to say this, Steve, we have no way of getting this man out of the White House because the Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, these people are not going to put their hands on Joe Biden because he does what they tell him to do. He's their puppet. And long as Joe Biden goes along with the show, Steve, which is the people that actually control him, Joe Biden has a job for the next 3 years. What happens after that, I don't know. Really don't care. But as long as he goes along with the show, he has a job for the next 3 years. And that's really scary for the American people. And you was just talking a few minutes ago, and you best believe I'm raising hell about it, and I'm going to continue to raise hell about it. Because when I hear about people that are coming to this country illegally, and this loser has the nerve to say that he wants to give him my money, my hard-earned tax money, I got a real big problem with it. And I mean a real big problem with it because these people don't deserve not one dime of American money, especially when they came to the country illegally. And just like I told you a week or so ago, Steve, they said that these families have been dislocated from their families when they entered into the USA. Well, guess what? If you wouldn't have came to the U.S. illegally, you wouldn't have been separated from your family. Ain't too hard to figure out, except if you're a Democrat. For some reason, they can't figure it out. But we both know what the deal is, Steve. So, American people, if you care anything about your country and about your family, you'll raise hell about it too, because those people don't deserve one dime of American money. And I'll say that to anybody that opposes that. Now, let's talk about this vaccine situation right quick, Steve, because I'm really pissed off about this deal. Now they saying, which ain't no surprise to me whatsoever. Now they trying to, on one of your breaks just a few minutes ago, they had the nerve to say that people that are fully vaccinated are now getting sick with the virus. So now they want to give you, guess what? They want to give you another injection of this so-called vaccine. But in the meanwhile, they're still putting mandates out saying that you have to be vaccinated to work in certain jobs in certain companies in America, but you have to be injected with a vaccine that is not going to stop you from catching the virus. There's something don't add up about that. You don't have to be very smart to figure out that something is not right about this situation, Steve. How can you mandate a vaccine on people that is not going to stop you from catching the so-called virus? And, I'll just give you a perfect example, and that's going back to the NFL with this Aaron Rodgers guy. Aaron Rodgers, he refuses to get the vaccine, and he continues to play football, but Aaron Rodgers tested positive for the virus a couple of weeks ago, sat out 2 football games, came back last week and played, and the virus just mysteriously disappeared all of a sudden. So here's the deal. They telling people to continue to take this vaccine, not giving you a guarantee that you're not going to test positive for the stuff. So you can jump in line if you want to and and take the vaccine, and then you'll be one of those people a couple of weeks later saying, whoa, I can't believe it. I tested positive for the virus. I thought the vaccine was supposed to stop it. So go ahead and jump in line, and maybe you'll be one of those persons asking yourself that question. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Of course, as we know, the idea that they've pretty much come right out and admitted it does not prevent you from getting the virus. It's ultimately supposedly going to prevent you from getting seriously ill, needing hospitalization or dying. But obviously, they're now saying 6 months after you've had the shot, as you just heard in the news break there at the top of the hour, you have more and more people fully vaccinated to date are coming down with the virus. I can share with you here, they've got a substantial outbreak in the National Hockey League right now. The Ottawa Senators, despite the entire team being vaccinated. This is a warning for the coming months of professional sports. Even with blanket immunization, the pandemic disruptions are far from over. The NHL announced the suspension of the Senators' season through at least November the 20th after 10 players and 1 coach tested positive in recent days. The team says they are fully vaccinated. They haven't specified which shots that the players had received, whether it's the Pfizer, the Moderna, whatever. But after nearly 2 years in which sports have delivered some of the most vivid case studies in public health, the Senators are presenting yet another. Just how much COVID can still spread when a vaccinated group of people gather in poorly ventilated places and get up in each other's bare faces. That's a problem for every sport that plays indoors. And according to this report, it's a warning for the coming holiday party. The outbreak has sent the Senators off the ice to the longest COVID-related sports hiatus since the vaccines pretty much became widely available, and the leagues persuaded nearly all their players to get vaccinated. Even in a league with a 99% vaccination rate, breakthrough cases on the Senators have now infected more than 40% of their roster. But epidemiologists say they're not really surprised. They have long warned, they said, that while vaccines are highly effective in preventing serious illness, they're not foolproof in blocking infections, especially as time passes. Immunity fades, the highly contagious Delta variant spreads, especially when other preventative measures aren't being used at the same time. But 40% of the team, I don't know. It's 844-844-3388. Quick time out here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. One other point that Eagle brought up there a few moments ago is the pain at the pump. The prices we're paying. We've seen some of those prices out in California, some locales, $6, $7 per gallon, depending on where you're at. Yeah, how did we get here, right? Well, as you mentioned, day number 1, when Joe Biden was sworn in as president of the United States, we shut down the Keystone Pipeline project. We pretty much sent a message, and they've been pretty forthcoming now, openly admitting we're looking to eliminate the use of fossil fuels, right? Yeah, mandates on developing electric vehicles. We know what's going on. So why would some of these traditional oil companies want to invest millions or billions of dollars in finding more petroleum, fossil fuels, when they know this administration is looking to pretty much eliminate fossil fuels entirely? So with the lack of investment, we're no longer seeing additional development in the oil fields, the fracking operations. Now we're begging other companies, or countries rather, begging other countries. Yeah, we've already seen this administration go to Saudi Arabia, go to OPEC Plus, asking them to increase their output. Well, this past day, we find the Biden administration is asking some of the world's largest oil-consuming nations to consider releasing some of their reserves, their crude reserves, in a coordinated effort to try to lower prices. Global oil prices hit 7-year highs in late October. OPEC and the allied producers, including Russia, have resisted the calls from President Biden to speed up the rate of their supply increases. Now, they say in recent weeks, Biden and his top aides have raised the issue with some of our allies, Japan, South Korea, India, China. According to the sources, several people familiar with the matter cautioned such negotiations have not been finalized, nor has any final decision been made about whether to pursue this or any other course of action on oil prices. Now, the White House declined to comment on the content of the conversation with other countries, but, several times in recent weeks, we've heard that the Biden administration is contemplating maybe dipping into the U.S. strategic oil reserves. All right, 27 past the hour. Back to your calls here. What's going on, Rhonda?
Oh, I agree 100% with Eagle. But I was coming on with a little bit of a funnier note. Coming up 81, which I don't run very far from Winchester to Hagerstown, and got to talking to a good old boy named Clueless. And he's been out here 39 years. I've been out here 33, and we got to chuckling about when your dad didn't like somebody else getting on his soapbox. because I'd done it a couple of times. And listening, I told him how to listen to you now. And unfortunately, he was going on up 81, and I had to go west on 70. Hopefully, he'll call. But it's so nice when you run into somebody that got an idea, what it's been like. Yeah. I said, I don't know how long you've been out here, Ben. I've been out here a while. He said 39 years. I said, I got to go another 7 to get my 40 and get 67. He says, I got one more. I said, that's all right. You still got a sense of humor. And that gives me hope. People that remember that been out here, you ask them about the old Stony Ridge Inn.
Mm-hmm.
And if they know the Stony Ridge Inn, that's where I got this harebrained idea. And it's not been such a bad idea. But Friday afternoons when that place was hopping, if you weren't there by 3 o'clock and parked, you weren't going to get a spot. So, and I brought up the name of the band, and he knew who I was talking about. And it's like, way back in the day, I was there so much, I knew the band, and Roger would say my name in a song or something, and that meant there was somebody in the middle of the dance floor smoking weed. So I'd go over and ask him for a hit and then keep the joint to get it out of the general crowd. But it was just fun to run into somebody that's been out here for a while, and it just pretty much makes my night. I just wish they were going west,
so you could continue the conversation, right?
Right, we drive all them. Somebody started doing. Oh, I can't tell you my comment, but they started playing some stupid noise when we were trying to talk. But he and I were like 300 feet apart, so they couldn't break up what we was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my comment was, he sounds like somebody that couldn't have got a BJ in the back parking lot at Stony Ridge Inn, even if he wanted to pay for it. Am I allowed to say it that way?
Well, I reckon we done did, so.
I know, right? And you're no beat, so it's like, all right. But it was just nice to talk to somebody that, knows what you're talking about. If you're trying to pull a joke, a smart ass comment, they know what you're saying, and they get it. So it's like, that started my night out pretty good.
There you go.
So everybody have a safe trip tonight, and I'll keep listening till you go off.
Well, safe travels out there. Thank you much, Rhonda. We got to get a news break here. Let's see here. Dan checking in said a little bit of snow in St. Paul, Minnesota this morning. Hello to Kentucky Ken's on board. Good morning, overnight drive. Got a cool 31 degrees in Lincoln, Nebraska. Safe travels from Kentucky Ken. Dale checks in here, morning from Orangeburg, South Carolina. Partly cloudy, 58 degrees this morning. Everybody drive safe, and let's get to that weekend. All right, hello to Buster Brown. He said, right on, Eagle. West Michigan checking in. One Crazy Ray is on board. Hello to Lori Glory, South Buffalo, 60 degrees right now. It'll be 41 at noon today. All right, going the wrong direction, you see. Crazy weather. As bad as our current government. Okay. And we'll return after this to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Health officials are warning Americans about the uptick in hospitalizations among those fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The concern about fading immunity against severe COVID infection comes as the FDA is expecting to authorize a Pfizer vaccine booster for adults 18 and older. The CDC reporting a decline in effectiveness among the elderly and residents of long-term care facilities who received their shots first. Jurors in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse have concluded their deliberations for Wednesday. Rittenhouse is facing charges for fatally shooting 2 protesters and injuring a third during riots and looting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile is calling for protesters not to repeat the actions of the summer of 2020. USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back. Got a Thursday coming on. Working away in there, time zone to time zone. Now, I've got a truck driver in the hospital after a wreck sent the rig into a nearby canal. This was at 9:45 this past morning, Boynton Beach, Florida. According to the Palm Beach Post, the semi was traveling north on the Florida Turnpike near Boynton Beach Boulevard, went off the road, landed in the nearby canal there. When first responders arrived at the open water incident, they found the truck on fire, partially in the water. They were able to extinguish the fire, but the truck driver was injured in the incident, transported to a nearby trauma center. So not sure if he had some sort of a health issue or what led to the accident, and his current status not known. Now, this past day, the Biden administration issuing a call for an investigation into whether possible misconduct by oil companies is causing the increase in fuel prices. In a letter to the Federal Trade Commission chairwoman, Lena Khan, Biden asked for a federal investigation into why Americans are paying more to fill up at the gas station as we head into the Thanksgiving holiday travel season. The Federal Trade Commission has authority to consider whether illegal conduct is costing families at the pump. Biden said, "I believe you should do so immediately." The letter pointed to a gap in the cost of unfinished gasoline and an increase in fuel prices. Prices at the pump have continued to rise even as refined fuel costs go down and industry profits go up. In the last month, the price of unfinished gasoline is down more than 5%, while prices at the pump are up 3% in that same period. This is an unexplained large gap between the price of unfinished gasoline and the average price at the pump, which is well above the pre-pandemic average. Biden says, "I do not accept hardworking Americans paying more for gas because of anti-competitive or otherwise potentially illegal conduct. I therefore ask that the commission further examine what's happening with the oil and gas markets, that you bring all of the commission's tools to bear if you uncover any wrongdoing." He also pointed to the doubling of net income for ExxonMobil and Chevron since 2019. Average price for a gallon of regular right now is at a 7-year high of $3.41. $1.21 more than this time 1 year ago, according to AAA. Average cost for a gallon of diesel is at $3.73 per gallon, $1.29 more than a year ago. Now, the American Petroleum Institute vehemently responded to the request for an investigation, stating that this is just a distraction from the fundamental shift that is taking place, and that ill-advised government decisions that are exacerbating this challenging situation. Yeah, the American Petroleum Institute pretty much says, "Hey, Joe, what's going on is your administration, your government decisions. This is the reason that the prices are going up." In addition to the concern of increasing costs, the trucking industry has also faced some supply issues in recent weeks. As we know, several TA truck stop locations in the Southwest were rationing diesel. There have been some truck stops in southern Ohio that have also faced some supply issues as well. Some of them out of fuel for several days at a time, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Are you weathering the storm?
Yeah, had some pretty heavy rain pushed through a little bit ago. There's a little break in the action right now, but
Man.
there's more rain on the way.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Wind was kicking too, man. I don't know if somebody crashed and took a pull out, but power was out here for a couple hours. But hey, Steve, listen, man, I hate to throw this term out again, New World Order, but Steve, we got to pay attention to this. We need to take a little trip around the globe here. You remember when Biden was running, even when after he got elected, one of the big concerns was, how is Biden's foreign policy going to affect us?
Yep.
We all had concerns, right?
Absolutely.
So, well, listen, man, Steve, the news media takes marching orders, from these global elites. There's no doubt about it, Steve. A lot of our problems are coming from these people. Whatever you want to call it, globalist elite, new world order, whatever. It's real. So let's just take a little trip with Biden's, little trip around the globe here. I'll tell you what, we'll skip the Pope's meeting, right? To my understanding, all the world leaders are just laughing at him because he kind of messed himself in front of the Pope there. So we'll just skip that. Let's just go right to the G20. Steve, it was a disgrace. This man's falling asleep. Video of him falling asleep. And Steve, I don't know if this was a signal from these people, but out of all the buildings in Rome that they could have held these meetings, they picked up one that was built by Mussolini. So maybe I'm looking at this too hard. I don't know, but is that a signal? All right.
Mm-hmm.
In this G20, it was all socialist talk, Steve. If you listen to these people, it's all socialist talk coming from them. Let's go down to the climate meeting. What a joke. Steve, if you watched any of the video on this stuff, John Kerry and all the world leaders showing up, and how many of their private jets, and what did China do? China flipped the double-barreled finger. Didn't even show up.
Didn't even attend. Yep.
Didn't even attend. What's China's leader's name there?
Xi.
Didn't even show up, Steve. And, these people were, if you're foolish enough to think that, if you give money to these people, that they're going to solve the climate, if you're foolish enough to believe this, so let's go to China now, Steve. This is the big one. Xi pretty much laughed at Biden. He disrespected that man. If you ever notice, anytime these world leaders get together, the seating positions are supposed to be equal. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch any of this video? The video of this meeting? When he met with China, his seat was big and up higher than Biden's. Biden's was littler, and he was sitting down below China's leader. And that was by design.
Mm-hmm.
That was a signal: you're not the most powerful man in the world anymore, or the office of the presidency, that is. We are. Steve, the leader never once addressed him as president. Not once. In Chinese culture, that is a big no-no. Anytime you address somebody in authority in China's culture, you are to address them by their rank or standing. If you're a CEO in a company, you're supposed to address them as such. Not one time did he address Biden as president. That was by design, Steve. To tell him you're not in charge, pal. We are. Big problems, Steve. Big problems. Several minutes, Steve, after that meeting with him ended, that 4-hour meeting ended, within minutes, several Chinese fighter jets flew over Taiwan again and invaded their airspace.
Right.
There's another
sending
signal.
a message. Yeah, absolutely. Sending messages.
Sending a message, Steve. So, man, hate to put a damper in everybody's Thursday night here, but keep an eye on this. I think I said it a couple months ago, once these Winter Olympics are over in China, hold on to your seat. Buckle up, because it could get ugly. So we'll see. Let's hope not, but when you look at little Biden's little global tour here, it was a laughing stock, Steve. It was bad. It was bad. So,
well, I guess that explains why he's maybe at 38% approval on a national level,
Yeah, if that, All right, my man. I think that's all I got. If I think of something, I'm going to call back later.
Thank you for checking in. Have a good morning. And, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Thursday morning coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A little bit of a mystery. Going to the freezer. Ooh, look what we found here. What is this? The FBI, the Centers for Disease Control, have launched a probe after the Department of Homeland Security said several vials labeled as smallpox were found at a Merck vaccine research facility near Philadelphia, apparently. Department of Homeland Security said there were 15 questionable vials discovered. 5 of them were labeled as smallpox. The other 10 were labeled as vaccine. The vials were immediately secured upon discovery, but they issued a statement. There's no indication that anyone has been exposed to the small number of frozen vials, explaining the ones that were labeled smallpox were incidentally discovered by a lab worker while cleaning out a freezer in a facility that conducts vaccine research there in Pennsylvania. The CDC, the administration partners, law enforcement investigating the matter. The vial's contents appear intact, they say. The lab worker who discovered the vials was wearing gloves and a face mask. We will provide further details as they become available. Of course, smallpox, the deadly, contagious virus that infected 15 million people a year, killing about 30% of them, was declared eradicated in 1980 after the global vaccination effort. The last known outbreak in the United States was 1947. Now, there was another similar incident back in 2014 when 6 vials of smallpox were discovered at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, as employees were packing up a lab to move in. 2 of the vials actually contained viable virus. No evidence that anyone was actually exposed there. But here's the real question. It's not clear how these potential samples made their way into the Philadelphia area Merck facility, as there are only 2 labs in the world that are permitted to store these samples. One is in Russia, the other is at the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. Now, there's been a long-running argument among scientists if remaining samples should be destroyed due to their danger, or should some of them be kept in case they're needed to develop new vaccines in the event of a fresh outbreak of the virus. Pretty wild. But how did they end up at a facility in Philadelphia, right? So that's what the investigation is all about there. Hello to Chevy Guy. What's happening this morning?
Well, Fauci says, they're a lot smarter than we are, so you can't question them on this stuff. So, what was it, a story a while back? They were talking about, they were digging up victims of the Black Death during the Dark Ages. Excuse me. I mean, these guys are nuts, and apparently they're not very careful with what they do get. I was hoping to get on a little bit before Pappy so he could give us some advice on this. Rittenhouse, Kyle, this here, I mean, if they persecute this boy, it's going to be a crime. I mean, the police let the city down, and I mean, this was on the 3rd day. You sit there listening to a prosecutor lawyer saying, "Well, you're going to get beat, but sometimes you got to take a beating. You got to take this. I'm sorry." Chubby little prosecutor, I'd like to see how he would react if somebody started beating him down using a skateboard. If he had a weapon on him, would he stop it? And on this Aubrey trial, I was watching it for 30 minutes before I come out. And now, the strongest case I heard, and I mean, at first off, a black lawyer, she goes, he got attacked because he was black. and he was jogging, and these white men were afraid of him. You know, I'm sorry. Throughout this whole thing, it's the the jogger shooting, the jogger. Now, at no time did they mention the fact they had video of him pilfering through a construction site. They did bring up the fact that he tried to grab for the man's shotgun, and it went off. The shooter did testify yesterday. But I'm going to go back to George Zimmerman. If you're going to have a community watch, then you need to get together and you need to wear a vest that shows some kind of authority. Because I got to admit, I mean, the one black lady, she did say one thing that's true. We're free people, we're free men. And we're under if you don't have anybody under authority telling you to stop, you have no obligation to stop. And, I mean, all they had to do, they said he was running down towards a black pickup truck.
Right.
They said they already called the police. All they had to do was run down there and block that pickup truck in. They got the license and wait for the police. But I'm sorry, you want to play, Rambo with your shotgun.
Right. They tried to take the law into their own hands, right? I mean, that was a job for law enforcement. I mean, if law enforcement could have questioned him if they had something that they were concerned with, but they just. I don't know how far they should go as far as how much time they should get, but I mean, unlike Rittenhouse. These guys were playing, I don't know, would the term be vigilante or just?
It's hard to say because they've changed. I'm not even sure. I've been listening for it. They've changed the law since that time. And when that happened, about the taking the ability for the public to do citizens arrest. So I'm not even sure how that's working into this trial. But yeah, Pappy would tell you, law enforcement, your son would tell you. I mean, it's more than just doing this action. You've got to be able to sit down and write an after-action report. And I mean, you have to have everything dotted, right. T's crossed. You've got to know the law before you do this stuff. And I mean, if you got a vest, community organizer, or some kind of identification, because George Zimmerman, when he approached that young man, I mean, the young man didn't know who he was, just some white guy, he didn't know, he had no idea who was approaching him. And if you're going to play the authority game, then you need to put in at least the amount of effort to protect yourself, your family, and the city. And it's a mess. All I got to say is Kyle Rittenhouse, when they let him walk out of that courthouse, they need to hand his rifle back to him. And if the Marine Corps don't meet him at the bottom of the steps and try to invite him, because I mean, he handled that weapon exquisitely. I mean, it was pointed to the ground. When it got pointed, it was used. And it was used on people that were attacking him. The young man did handle the weapon a whole lot better than me. I mean, the Navy gave me a weapon. I bounced, ricocheted off the floor, and overhead. They said, great, another engineer. So they put me in an engine room of a Navy destroyer.
Boy, another bar. You were Barney Fife with the weapon, right? Shoot yourself in the foot. Hey, we've reached top of the hour. News update. We'll be back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Health officials are warning Americans about the uptick in hospitalizations among those fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The concern about fading immunity against severe COVID infection comes as the FDA is expecting to authorize a Pfizer vaccine booster for adults 18 and older. The CDC reporting a decline in effectiveness among the elderly and residents of long-term care facilities who received their shots first. Jurors in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse have concluded their deliberations for Wednesday. Rittenhouse is facing charges for fatally shooting 2 protesters and injuring a third during riots and looting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile is calling for protesters not to repeat the actions of the summer of 2020. USA Radio News.
Right now, you are listening to USA Radio News, and we are following breaking news for you, which comes from Facebook's founder and CEO, Mark Zuckerberg. Here is what Mark had to say. Mark?
It is time for us to adopt a new company brand to encompass everything that we do. To reflect who we are and what we hope to build, I am proud to announce that starting today, our company is now Meta. Our mission remains the same. It's still about bringing people together. Our apps and their brands, they're not changing either. And we are still the company that designs technology around people.
Thank you, Mark. You can watch the full Connect keynote and learn more about how the metaverse will unlock new opportunities at meta.com. That's meta.com. And we will have more for you after these words.
The Biden administration's vaccine mandate is once again affecting federal workers.
Customs and Border Protection won't release the number, but it's likely that the jobs of thousands of Border Patrol agents are on the chopping block if the requests for COVID-19 vaccine exemptions aren't accepted or if they simply refuse to take the jab. Agents were required to report their vaccination status and face termination if not fully vaccinated by November 22nd. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
Former Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Henry Ruggs III is being ordered to appear in court again. This is because a judge says he missed an alcohol test. Ruggs faces decades behind bars if convicted of a deadly crash earlier this month. He faces numerous charges, including DUI, resulting in death. Ruggs' blood alcohol level after the crash came out to twice the legal limit. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans on Capitol Hill are demanding answers from the Attorney General.
A whistleblower has released an internal email that was dated a day before Attorney General Merrick Garland appeared before Congress in sworn testimony. The email was released Tuesday by the House Judiciary Committee, Republicans, who said this is the proof that federal counterterrorism was being deployed against concerned parents at school board meetings across the country. Republican Representative Jim Jordan on Fox News weighs in.
Well, he either lied to us or he doesn't know. Either one is bad for the country, bad for justice in America. This is no different than what the IRS did just a few years ago when they had remember the BOLO list? Be on the lookout for these kind of organizations using these kind of words. And they had a list of American citizens just like the FBI is doing now. So he either didn't know, which is terrible, or he misled the committee when he came in front of us.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Biden wants federal regulators to investigate whether oil and gas companies are behaving illegally. Biden writing a letter to the FTC chair and saying costs for those companies are going down, but gas prices are staying at a high level. AAA saying the national average for a gallon of gas was just over $3.41 a gallon, with the western United States being hit especially hard. Biden has no proof that oil and gas companies are doing anything wrong. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So as we said earlier, the clock is ticking. Thanksgiving around the corner. The first holiday on the menu that will entice people to hit the road or take to the sky in mass to visit family or friends. AAA is predicting more than 53 million people will be traveling this year for Thanksgiving. 13% increase from last year. Pretty close to what we saw the last Thanksgiving before the COVID pandemic in 2019. What about Mother Nature? Oh, there's a good word. Mother Nature will serve up a cornucopia of weather elements across the country the day before Thanksgiving, including chilly winds, a bit of snow, rain showers, and a few thunderstorms. But dry, tranquil weather will be on the menu for good portions of the country. Now that the borders are open, the new health and safety guidelines, travel is once again high on the list. People who are ready to reunite with their loved ones for the holiday. According to the Senior Vice President of AAA Travel, air travel is expected to spike 80% this year compared to last. That means any disruptive weather the days leading up to Thanksgiving could mean big-time delays, and in some cases, you'll see the accordion effect across the country, the ripple effects. But even with the big increase in air travel this year over last, the vast majority that will be traveling, more than 48 million, are going to do so by car. Forecasters are predicting the worst weather on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, usually the busiest travel day of the entire year, will be unfolding across the Northeast. Several cities will face disruptive weather that could add stress for the millions taking to the skies and the highways. Weather conditions could impact some major travel hubs, long stretches of I-80, 81, 90, and 95. Delays in those areas will be spurred by a large, slow-moving storm that's going to hit the region the first half of next week. Winds across the region could be gusting to 40 miles per hour from Baltimore to Boston. Tree branches could blow across state, some highway sections and side roads. High-profile vehicles may have some issues. Wind will be the primary concern on Wednesday. Some motorists who plan to travel through the northeastern New York, and interior areas of New England, and maybe the mountains of West Virginia, you may face some white-knuckled driving with lingering snow. Lake effect snow could also be impacting areas downwind of the Great Lakes as far south as the Central Appalachians. What else in the mix? Flight cancellations from earlier in the week during the worst of the storm could also compound some of the issues at airports around the region. So if you're planning to fly out of an airport in the Northeast, you need to plan accordingly, allow extra travel time, and expect the possibility of delays. Rain, perhaps even some wet snowflakes, could even make it to Chicago's O'Hare International. Precip should not last all day. Similar scenario is possible at Denver International. The chance of rain doesn't arrive until late Wednesday into Thursday there. Some rain and thunderstorms from New Orleans through St. Louis. That precip should be generally light, just some minor travel delays. while most of the West Coast is anticipated to be rain-free, breezy conditions could lead to some delays or some turbulence for those flying in and out of Southern California or the Bay Area. All right, those who are planning a cross-country trip, be sure to check the weather at your destination while you're packing. While it may be warm and dry across the Southwest and the Southern Plains, anyone flying from those areas to, say, the Northeast, you're going to step off the plane into a whole new world. Cold weather and some flurries. What about Thanksgiving Day? Weather conditions in the Northeast should improve by Thanksgiving Day, just in time for the festivities. You've got the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York City, which is back to normal this year, after being closed to the public last year. Those planning to be in attendance plan to dress for a chilly day. Now, we're still a week out. I mean, forecasters have a hard time telling us what it's going to do 24 hours from now, let alone a week from now. Yeah, there's a 10% chance of a sprinkle or flurry for the parade. Right now, it looks like the wind should be under the criteria for the balloons. The city guidelines that prohibit balloons from being a part of the parade if sustained winds are above 23 or gusts reach 34 miles per hour. But indeed, gloves, a hat, and a jacket will be necessary. Not out of the question that gusty winds Wednesday might hamper some of the preparation for the balloons ahead of the parade. Looks like parades and other outdoor gatherings across the Southeast could face some wet weather, disruptive rain, maybe some thunderstorms. Yeah, some rain is also in the forecast for parts of the Pacific Northwest. Snow for the higher elevations there. All right. And of course, they're already looking past Thanksgiving Day, how the weather might impact your return trips. There could be another storm to watch Friday and Saturday next week. It'd be something to watch for the end of the holiday week next week. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here. Who we got on the line? Let's see. It says Brenda. I don't know. Is it Brenda? Or Brain Dead? Brain Dead. Okay. I see. I look down below and it says Ryan Dead. I said, oh, that's Brain Dead. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Hey, can you come back to me in about 5 minutes, please, sir?
I can do so. Let me return you to queue. All right, so let me jump down. Heatwave, what's going on this morning, Heatwave?
Oh, good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, we're heading to Denver, and then we're going to be heading home to recharge the Ever-Readies for about 36 hours or better, and get back out and try to carve up as much as next week before the Thanksgiving hits here. So, you know, there are two separate legal systems in America. And we know, and we can see how this is working. I mean, Alec Baldwin, you know, it could have been avoided, but he was told, cold gun. He didn't even think to check. He pulled the trigger. He killed someone and wounded another. Now, they're taking their time because the liberals are saying, now, we've got to take time to make sure everything is all right, and we must have a civil, people must be civil while we're doing this investigation and while, you know, this may go to court. I do not see the pro-Second Amendment people out there screaming, you know, we want justice. You know, and if it doesn't go our way, we're going to shoot up Santa Fe. But here with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, you see the liberal justice. They're out there screaming and chanting, if it doesn't go our way, you better be ready. Now, for any sane person, you could see that that is a double standard. It's like you behind that mic. you're free to say what you want to say, but if you had a gun pointed to your head, what are you going to do? Are you going to say what you want to say, or are you going to say what the trigger man tells you to say? And this is something that a lot of people out here are not seeing. They refuse to see. They have blinders on. What is good for me ain't good for thee. That's how they think. My daughter, my youngest daughter, Charlotte, she was a victim of that kind of mentality. Yeah, I mean, she didn't kill nobody or not, but her situation was she was a manager in training for a video store for games. And I won't call it by its name, GameStop. But anyways, she had gone to a, what do they call it, a furry convention in Reno. That was canceled last year because of COVID, but they held it this year and honored her, what she had put down to go to. When she came back, they put her to another store to complete her manager's training. And she said that she didn't volunteer anything about her trip to Reno. But someone had asked, if she had gone, because they had heard. And so she was freely talking to them about, her experience there in Reno. And somehow that conversation got turned and twisted, where they put her on suspension and then they eventually let her go. And she still to this day does not know what she had said to offend anybody. Now, my daughter is, I don't know how to explain it, except she is a Bernie supporter, but she also believes in you earn what you work for. You earn what you get. No one handed anything to her. She had to earn everything that she got. And she doesn't understand. And it seems like, the left will turn on itself just as soon as it's done turning on the right. It will cannibalize their own.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Charlotte, it's nothing that you said. It's the mentality of the left as you're now seeing. Now, you are a victim of cannibalization. She's like, what? And I told her exactly. They can't turn on anybody else. Now they're turning on themselves. You've offended someone within your own group. This mentality is not going to end anytime soon. It's kind of like a Marine. Once you take the lid off, they're going to keep on jaw-jacking until you put that lid back on. That's the reason why they call them jarheads. Yeah, so, so that's what this country has turned to, and I told her, she says, well, I'm not ever going to work for another corporate office again. And I said, no, that's not the mentality to have. You look for another job. And while you're looking, you file for the unemployment insurance. Because if they got money to give to every Tom, Dick, and Harry and Juan and Juanita that comes across that damn border, they can damn well give you money to live on. And I said, even if you find yourself another job, still have this in the process. And I said, I know they're going to deny you. But I said, then you can go ahead and appeal, which you couldn't do with the other company. Appeal that decision. And then they will have to have both you and your former employee representative on the line at the same time. And you'll give a statement. And I said, there's one thing in your favor that you can go ahead and pop out. She says, what's that? I said, everyone wants to bring race into the mix. I said, you can claim, and you have proof, that you're you're a member of a tribal nation. And I can't remember what the tribe is, but all I know is a bunch of badasses in Oklahoma. Not even the Apache wanted to mess with them because they were that bad. So, anyways, I mean, she doesn't look it. She just looks like her old man, just no double chin or hair on the face. But I mean, she can go that route if she so chose to do so. And I said, you can do that, or you can just say, I don't know why I was dismissed. And make them tell the employment agency what you had done, because they're obviously not telling you. And I said, there's no guarantee they're going to even offer your job back, nor would you want to even take such a job from them knowing how they operate. But I mean, it's very disheartening. When you see that happen, especially to your own child.
Yeah.
And as far as the
sounds
oil
like
goes,
she came face to face with the cancel culture.
Yes, and that's and I had texted her the same thing. Cancel culture. You offended somebody. It's the left turning on the left.
Yep.
The whole 9 yards.
Yep.
So, but with Joe going around saying, "Well, I don't know why this, why we can't produce more oil. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why everyone else is not, giving us what we asked for." Well, damn it, Joe, you shot us in both feet, not just one.
Yep.
Because you shot us in the foot.
We've got it all right here. We got plenty of oil on our own land. All right, I got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. Now, speaking of, the left, coming right out, as he said, coming right out and saying, if it doesn't go our way, there's going to be hell to pay. And it looks like they are gearing up for it. More after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. News update just around the corner. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, if you see me winching here, I did. It's my semi-annual It's like I do it almost like clockwork twice a year. I twisted my back. Fine. I did this past day. I'm out there. I'm mulching the leaves, got on the roof, blew the gutters out, and it's as simple as I get out of the shower this past evening and I'm going to put my jeans on. I mean, as simple as just leaning forward, picking up my leg to put my jeans on. It grabs. I wrenched my back. So, oh my, it's not getting any better as the night goes on, but I had a regimen of prednisone, which I'll probably start taking that later this morning. I thought it might not have been too bad, but you know that feeling. So anyway, just every once in a while you move the wrong way and it just grabs you like you know what. But let me take you out to they've actually, you can download the police scanner audio this past day out of Kenosha County. And Gateway Pundit has some photographs. Some of these may be from back in 2020, but it looks like the leftists, the radicals are getting ready to clock in Kenosha. Time to go to work. Reports of pallets of bricks being placed in Kenosha in preparation for rioting. Starfire Codes reported there were calls of suspicious activity coming through the police scanner. There was a Kenosha officer that checked on a local alleyway and verified that there are bricks everywhere. This is like noon, 1 o'clock Eastern time this past day. Again, they've got the audio there. It's like 30 minutes worth of audio, but when the officer called in the bricks that he had found, he calls in the location. And dispatcher comes back that, there's another officer reporting bricks at another location in the city. It's like, where are these pallets of bricks just magically appearing from? I can go back to the reports back in June of last year, the summer of 2020, the summer of love. When at the time they reported, these groups were organizing these riots. They weren't just spontaneous events. Bricks being delivered to various riot sites. I mean, going back to last year, you had some that they would refer to as domestic terrorists, Black Lives Matter, U.S. Islamist. You name it. Every group seemed to be out there. They all capitalized on the opportunity to jump into the fray. But that was the reports coming in from Kenosha police this past day. Get a news break and back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Health officials are warning Americans about the uptick in hospitalizations among those fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The concern about fading immunity against severe COVID infection comes as the FDA is expecting to authorize a Pfizer vaccine booster for adults 18 and older. The CDC reporting a decline in effectiveness among the elderly and residents of long-term care facilities who received their shots first. Jurors in the murder trial of Kyle Rittenhouse have concluded their deliberations for Wednesday. Rittenhouse is facing charges for fatally shooting 2 protesters and injuring a third during riots and looting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile is calling for protesters not to repeat the actions of the summer of 2020. USA Radio News.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, 25 before the hour, and welcome back. Who we got checking in here? Hello to Mike checking in, morning from Brinkley, Arkansas. Had some thunderstorms rolling through. That was a little less than an hour ago. We got some pretty feisty thunderstorms there. Moving through eastern Arkansas, yeah. Eskimo Mom, I guess, rolling south. About 1:45, she says, already down to 54 degrees at the 71-mile marker on I-71 at the 15-mile marker in Kentucky. Yeah, dropped 10 degrees already. Yeah, we were at 64 just after midnight, down to 52, and going down, you can feel the cold air coming in with the cold rain. Hello to James. Good to have you on board. Gary's checking in. Monty Python with us. Morning, Your Honor. Good to hear you. And a good night. Randolph checking in. Morning, Steve Summers from Illinois. Got a delivery this morning in Rockford, Illinois. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Q checking in. Good morning to all. Good to have you with us. And it's 844-3388. All right, today, an important day. The Senate Banking Committee holds a hearing today on the nomination of Saul Amarofa. Remember that name? We've talked about her several times in recent weeks. This nomination to be the comptroller of the currency of the United States. Now, they explain Amarofa is an obviously bright law professor who teaches at Cornell Law School, hails from the former Soviet Union. Having never worked in a bank or as a bank supervisor, her academic work is her main qualification, they say, for the job. Her other bank-related work consists only of a stint at a law firm and dealt with financial institutions unit as a special advisor to the Bush Treasury Department. Surprisingly, however, is not her lack of banking or regulatory experience that are the big things making her a terrible pick for this position. It's in a kind of self-jujitsu. Her nomination is under the threat from her strength rather than her weaknesses. Her academic papers mark her as someone as the far left fringe. Ideas completely inappropriate for the head of this 4,000-person regulatory agency whose duties include chartering, regulating, supervising all national banks and federal savings associations, as well as federal branches and agencies of foreign banks in this country. The main evidence against her is a law review article that she published this year. In it, she argues that all bank deposits should forcibly be transferred to Fed accounts at the Federal Reserve. This would, of course, instantly wipe out nearly all American banks. Community banks, which are most dependent on deposit funding, would be vaporized. Wall Street's biggest firms, which can turn to the global bond market for funding, would simply dissolve their bank arms and return to their origins as trading, private equity, and investment banking houses. As one banker commented, it would no longer be necessary for the IRS to get those reports on bank transactions because the government would already have them. But even more importantly, they say the Fed would be transformed into the main source of credit in this country. Banks without deposits would quit making loans to businesses and home buyers. Your mortgage would be a Fed mortgage. Your small business loan would be a Fed loan. And in her formulation, the Fed would make credit decisions not just based on balancing the risk of profits and losses, but whether bureaucrats decided that the loans served a, quote, public purpose. That's just leftist law professor speak. Government control of the means of credit production. Public purpose. That was her quote. Public purpose means doing what the regulators want. In practice, that would mean starving businesses unlinked by the left of access to loans. Whenever a Democrat held the White House anyway. So think about fossil fuel companies, gun makers, right-of-center websites would likely be shunned as not serving the public purpose. You do not deserve credit. All other businesses would be forced to conform to the agenda of the left or risk being found lacking when it comes to public purpose compliance. Omarova claims this would reduce systemic risk, she says. In reality, it would do no such thing. In fact, it increases systemic risk. Instead of thousands of banks independently making business decisions about who and how to provide credit, there would be one centralized financier in the economy. As a result, any mistakes about what risk to take would become universal errors spread throughout the economy. You think about 2008. But everything fails at once because there's just one big bank run by the government bureaucrats. All right, so her allies, her defenders say, well, these were just academic papers. Kind of a weird defense of someone whose main qualification for the job is her academic credentials. What if she had written papers, talking about advocating for the end of air travel? Would anyone think about putting her in charge of the Federal Aviation Administration? I mean, ideas have consequences. All right, Alex Morrow, John Carney of Breitbart News. So today's the day, and I know there are Republicans say that she must be derailed as the nominee for the comptroller of the currency. Hopefully they can do so. But remember, the Democrats are in charge. All right, meanwhile, let me get back to Brain Dead. Take two.
Hey, thanks for holding me over. I had just got to our Little Rock yard and getting ready to break my trailers apart. And, it's been a fun night with that guy that emailed you from Brinkley. Yeah, it was a white knuckle ride all the way across from Memphis to Little Rock. Actually, it was fun going across this morning, too, because I had a little bit of weight to hold me down, but I was still catching the wind.
Gotcha.
So, I'm waiting on my victim to come in. Our Santa Claus has decided to go on vacation with our company because, not many people know it, but Santa Claus is a Teamster. No matter how bad you want to say it, a heck of a good guy. I work with him every night. So I've got this new guy, literally, and when I say new, he just got his CDL in September. That's how new he is.
Wow.
So I'm working with him, get him acclimated to this run. I guess you heard in Memphis today we had a rapper get shot and killed.
I saw a headline about I don't know. I didn't recognize the guy's name or anything, but what was the deal? Was it like a gang hit or something? Or
they don't know. His name was Young Dolph. He was 36 years old, and I know a lot of people look down upon these rappers and rap stars. And I'm not a big fan of the rap music. Don't get me wrong, but what he did for the community overshines all that. He was getting ready next week to give out turkeys and food to over 200 families in the city of Memphis. And this is like his second or third year doing it because Dingbat went to high school with him. And he gave $25,000 to his high school alma mater. So, you don't hear a lot of rap stars doing this kind of stuff. they're trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do with the violent crime? You're not going to do anything about it. It's never going to go away, no matter how hard you want to try. Because as long as there's people out there with guns and people with bad attitudes that carry the guns, you're going to have this problem. I'm not putting anything on what's his name up in Wisconsin. But in general, I mean, you look at how many road rage shootings we've had in Memphis in the last, 2-3 years. It's been about 80 plus a year. I mean, you're not going to do nothing about it. I'm sorry to say it. But, I mean, the other thing, too, is maybe one thing they could do is keep these kids in jail, hard work. What was his name? Joe Aparo, the one that had the tent city over in Arizona?
Sheriff Joe,
Is that the one?
Yep.
That's what we got to do. I mean, that's my opinion. But, there's something else I was going to say to you. Oh, by the way, I need some help with your cracked research department, Steve. Dingbat asked me a question that I can't answer, and I want to know if you can help me answer it, Steve.
Okay, we'll give it a shot.
If two vegans get into an argument, is that still called a beef? Out of me.
There you go. I'm looking at the story. Young Dolph, the rapper, Young Dolph, admired in the hip-hop community. Shot and killed inside a local cookie shop in Memphis. Police said they had no information to release about a possible suspect, which took place at Makita's Cookies near the Memphis International Airport. The Daily Memphian, the newspaper, reported that Young Dolph's cousin said the rapper had been in town since Monday visiting an aunt who has cancer, and he was also giving out Thanksgiving turkeys, giving to the community. Looks like the sheriff says he was inside the cookie shop. Somebody just rolled up on him and took his life. Kind of like a drive-by kind of thing, right? Just last week, the cookie shop posted a video of the rapper promoting the store's cookies, saying he returns to the store whenever he's in Memphis. The Memphis police director asking the public to remain calm and recommended that residents stay home tonight. Did not say if police think other shootings that are under investigation this past day were related to the rapper's killing. A city council member called for a curfew, and the police director, I believe, did not rule out possibly issuing one at some point. All right, so yeah, Memphis, Tennessee. Just another day. And with that, get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday morning. So, weekend just around the corner. The last couple of nights, several have chimed in on the MSNBC piece. Talking about all you aggressive white men over the age of 55, out there. A truck driver speaking out against that assertion that the trucking industry is an inhospitable place for anyone but aggressive white men over the age of 55. It was over the past weekend. MSNBC television host Tiffany Cross spoke on the topic of race and racism in trucking with a trucking school owner. Now, the conversation was supposed to highlight labor and supply chain issues in trucking that quickly turned to comments about potential racism in the industry as Tiffany Cross voiced concerns about her brother, who apparently is a truck driver, working in such a dangerous industry with a lot of white men over 55 who voted for Trump. So this is Carl Tharp Porter, a truck driver from Milwaukee that made his own television appearance to discount her statements and highlight what he sees as the real issues in trucking. Emotional crisis, regulations, wage issues, even the gender gap. Porter agreed there's a division in the trucking industry, but blaming it on race or racism is some sort of fear-mongering. It is not the case. What struck me was the woman stated that there was a racism issue, but didn't talk about the more important issues like gender, being a truck, driving as a woman. Yet we deal with wage issues. We deal with DOT regulation issues. The fact that I have to be over the road for 2 weeks and then I come home to see my family, those are the issues. I don't want to deal with this invisible boogeyman that is racism. I don't fall into the prey of the left where it preys on your weariness. As far as being fearful of things to happen, there is a divide, but it's not on the issue of race. A lot of people are dealing with emotional issues here. It's more of an accountability issue. It's a spiritual battle. I think that it's either right or wrong. It's good or evil. We need to get over this imaginary thought of racism. To me, it doesn't exist. We're a family unit in the trucking industry. We don't want to deter young drivers like myself away from the industry because of other people's fears and disbeliefs. Now, truckers that do things that are wrong out here, you need to take accountability. We need to let them know that that's not how we do it in our industry. All right, let me see here. Let's head on down to Florida. Philip, what's going on this morning?
Just driving to work, bud. You were talking about that lady who was going to be put in as a controller, possibly, of the currency. Doesn't that sound like what she wrote in that paper as communism, Steve?
Well, that's where she grew up, and that's where she got her education, and I believe her thesis was about Marxism and whatnot. So that's, Yep,
there you go. Said it on here before. A lot of them old college professors, they Marxists, man. So, I don't know. you just got to suck it up, Buttercup, and do what you got to do out here. You know, just like you were talking about the trucker that made the comment about that. I tell you what, a lot of people don't understand what you go through when you drive a truck. I mean, we've heard what Moose said a few days ago, what he's went through in his lifetime. And a lot of us, and that's why, quite frankly, I got out of the industry, wasn't because of driving the truck. The job is not the problem. It's all the junk that goes with the job, like ELDs and going down and getting your physical and wondering if your blood pressure is going to be okay because it's a sky high all the time. So, and I know there's a lot of guys that go through that out there. I went through it for 25 years. So, but getting off of that, Steve, did you notice in my little comment there when I called in, I put the word NASA in there? Did you see that?
It says Philip and NASA. Yes.
Okay, well, I got news for you, Steve. You know that moon, we're supposed to go to the moon and all this stuff in 24, I think it was? 23 or 24, they want us to go to the moon. Well, guess what? It's been pushed back a couple years now because they finally got the Inspector General in to check out the budget, and we're not into our right frame of mind with our budget. So you got what you got for the rest of the year, and NASA's kind of scurrying because that SLS program, it's behind now. And do you remember that lawsuit that Blue Origin filed because they didn't get the lunar deal with with NASA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was part of it. That spurred this this Inspector General to come in and check out the budget. So everybody was wondering why they put Bill Nelson in the position he's in right now, and there you go. Career politician put into that situation, and he's no different than our great president, what our great president did all those years. So, sucks to be them, but I guess that's it. Steve, do you know how much money we spent on Apollo alone? I did some research on this. You know how much money we spent on Apollo, Steve?
No idea. No, going back so many years, I mean, okay. I guess you'd have to adjust it for inflation.
Okay, at the time they spent the money on Apollo. So was it President Kennedy said that we're going to go to the moon?
Mm-hmm.
That's technically when it started, which what was that, like 62 or 63? Okay, we went to the moon in 69 when we actually had somebody step on the moon. It was actually, we'd went to the moon before then, but we hadn't landed on the moon. Our first landing was in 69. So you think about that. That's 6 years. If you count 63 into the equation, that's 6 years that we spent $48 billion. Now that's at the 60s model numbers as far as how much money was worth back in the 60s. Okay? Now dig this out. We've invested $650 billion in NASA since NASA's been around. And at any given time, that's been almost 48% of our budget. Can you imagine that, Steve? 48% at one time of our budget was a NASA program. Okay, so you were talking about they're coming in and clamping down. Well, it's clamping down now big time, buddy. And it's making a lot of guys like Elon Musk and those guys, it's making them get into the game a lot more. When I heard this, I'm like, why are we 2 years behind? We shouldn't be 2 years behind. But we are, because they want $96 billion to go to the moon. Now, the annual budget for NASA is between $22 and $30 billion a year. So say if they got $30 billion, they only got one more month in this year. So how much money you got left, you know? So I think that's why we seeing a lot more private companies getting out there like SpaceX and Blue Origin, and a lot of them getting out there trying to do it. So
well, if we're not
some crazy numbers, though, Steve.
If we're not careful, China or Russia or someone else is going to get there first. And you know that Yeah, there's this incredible race to get there for the helium-3 or helium, whatever, the helium that they could mine. Whoever can get that and bring it back will have the ability to control energy for decades to come.
Well, they were saying on this same deal about the money at NASA, they were also saying that the Chinese are going to be ahead of us. Because if we go the 2 years, they will keep on going and doing what they're doing, and they're planning on going to the moon too.
Yep.
So it's no more than like a carbon copy of what we went through back in the Cold War days with Russia. And I think Russia's in with them a lot of their technology they've got from us and Russia, legitimately or not legitimately. I'm not sure how they got some of the information they've got. But a lot of their modules that they're building for their space stations, they sure do look a lot like our stuff. But it is what it is. But the numbers is crazy. I mean, $48 billion for the Apollo program, and you put that up in 6 years. That came, within 6 years.
Yep.
That's amazing money. That's crazy. And that's back in the 60s. How much is being shelled out right now that we don't know for other stuff? So, but that's all I got to say. And hopefully George Soros don't invest in any brick companies. Hopefully he hasn't invested in any brick companies here lately. So y'all have a good one. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. 1042 out.
Brick sales are doing well in Kenosha right about now. And we get a news update here, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The trial in the death of Ahmaud Arbery continued on Wednesday. Travis McMichael, who fatally shot Arbery, testified in court in Brunswick, Georgia.
And he comes out and he pulls off his shirt and goes to reach in his pocket or waistband area, going for his pocket. I thought it was pocket at first, but later on it didn't make sense, because if you're going to reach for your pocket, you would go for the pocket that's on whichever side you're on.
In February last year, Travis, his father Gregory, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan proceeded to chase Arbery while Bryan recorded what happened on his phone. President Biden is in Detroit promoting his infrastructure bill he signed this week. His trip includes a visit to a GM electric vehicle plant in the Motor City. The bill includes a big investment in electric vehicle charging stations. USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
One of President Biden's nominees to lead a branch of the Treasury Department was arrested back in 1995.
President Biden's nominee to lead the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, a branch of the Treasury Department, Sally Omarova, was arrested in 1995 for retail theft. A Wisconsin Department of Justice criminal background check revealed Omarova, the president's nominee, was arrested by Madison, Wisconsin police officers on June 2, 1995, and charged with the misdemeanor count of retail theft. In 1996, the charge was dropped through the Wisconsin First Offender Program. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Moderna is seeking FDA approval of its COVID-19 vaccine booster for all adults. If authorized, it would allow for millions of adults age 18 and older to get the third shot. This comes after the CDC has already signed off on Moderna booster shots for those at-risk groups, such as the elderly. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
The man who calls himself QAnon Shaman is being sentenced to more than 3 years in prison for trespassing at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Jacob Chansley was given 41 months behind bars on Wednesday. Chansley, one of the most visible people in the House chamber, bare-chested, his face painted as he carried a spear and wore a horned helmet. Regarding the January 6th committee that's looking into the attack on the U.S. Capitol, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie says he would have been a fan of it if it hadn't been for Nancy Pelosi pulling a few people off of the committee.
I would have supported this committee, the select committee, if Nancy Pelosi would have allowed Kevin McCarthy to put on the committee who he wanted to put on the committee. That's never done, and you know that. The minority leader always gets to pick who he or she wants to put on their committee. And when Nancy Pelosi refused to let him put Jim Banks and Jim Jordan on the committee, what she did was she delegitimized the committee.
That audio courtesy of CNN. A busy Atlantic hurricane season ends in less than 2 weeks. There have been 21 named storms so far and 7 hurricanes. The average for a season is 14 named storms and 7 hurricanes. Hurricane season officially ends on November 30th. More news can be found online by going to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So much for the idea of shutting down Space Force. That was the proposal a few months ago. And the Democrats saying it's a waste of money. Well, maybe rethink that in light of the satellite that was destroyed in space Monday of this week by Russia. Last year, a U.S. general made an ominous revelation. He said 2 Russian satellites in orbit were stalking a U.S. spy satellite high above the Earth. It was not clear if the Cosmos satellites could attack U.S. 245, which was the American surveillance spacecraft. It has the potential to create a very dangerous situation in space, says General Jay Raymond, head of the Pentagon's Space Command. Well, that incident passed, but it marked a new stage in what is an arms race in space, where potentially bomb-armed satellites, laser-shooting spacecraft, and other technologies have truly moved from science fiction to now reality. And those stakes were made perfectly clear Monday when Russia launched a missile from Earth and blasted to pieces one of the satellites in a show of force. NATO's Secretary Generals called the act reckless. He said, this demonstrates Russia is developing new weapon systems that can shoot down satellites. Yeah, the militarization of space. It's as old as the space race itself. Yeah, as soon as Sputnik was launched in 1957, Washington and Moscow began exploring ways to both arm and destroy satellites. In the beginning, the biggest worry was nuclear weapons in space. 1967, the superpowers and other countries signed the Outer Space Treaty, banning weapons of mass destruction in orbit. But since then, Russia, the United States, China, even India have explored ways to fight in space outside of the treaty. Well, that competition today focuses on destroying a rival's satellites. Of course, those satellites are increasingly essential for every advanced military communication, surveillance, navigation. 1970, Moscow successfully tested a satellite loaded with explosives that could destroy another satellite in orbit. The United States answered back in 1983 when then-President Ronald Reagan announced his ambitious strategic defense initiative, the Star Wars program, which promised precision-guided anti-missile systems, satellites emitting laser beams or microwaves to make us militarily superior. Now, much of the technology that was envisioned then was not feasible, but in a landmark move, the Pentagon used a missile to destroy a failed satellite in a 1985 test. Since then, rivals have sought to show they have the same targeting skills. China in 2007, India in 2019. Well, after trying for some time, Russia's successful shoot-down on Monday. Not surprising for many experts. The Russians did not need to detonate the satellite to demonstrate they had the ability to do it. But it was a demonstration that, if necessary, in asymmetric responses, Russia will not permit the United States to be the only one in control of space. It's a new space race. I think we may need the Space Force. Meanwhile, get back to the calls. What's happening with the big moose this morning?
Oh, just enjoying being a post-55 aggressive white male truck driver. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. A little down in the back. You ever done that? Ever pulled your back?
Oh, yeah, buddy. I tell you, been there, done that. I feel for you. I don't know if you got any pharmaceutical relief there handy, but I know how painful that can be.
Typically, it's just a matter of time. It takes time, and I hope this is one of those long duration deals.
I hear that. I just sat there kind of thinking, every time, you have a right-wing or a right-leaning incident involving a gun, the left always makes it out to be the gun's fault. But anytime you have a Democrat like their golden boy Alec over there blow somebody away, they're trying to hang it. It's not the gun's fault. They're trying to hang it on the guy that handed him the gun. So, talk about a double standard, And they was talking there on the, what's that program where all them cackling old left-leaning hens get together, The View?
The View, yes, gotta love it.
Yeah, they were talking about them Baldwin brothers. They said Daniel's the funniest one, Williams the best actor, Stevens the outlaw of the bunch. They're all pretty good looking, but Alex the lady killer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, no, I just thought I'd call in and see what was shaking while I'm out here enjoying my white privilege. So glad to know everything's being held down on that end, and hope everybody enjoys the holidays and has a good time and enjoy this weather before the snowman visits us. And I'm going to keep it Twix and Spotted and solid. Recommend everybody do the same, and I'll be 10-10 until we do it again. Come on.
There you go. Maintain your lane, right?
That's right.
There you go. There's the big moose on the loose. Let me see here. Email from David. Steve, you just read where they found pallets of bricks in Wisconsin. Yeah, just an observation. Why can't they investigate who's responsible for the funding of the placement of the bricks? And if they're used in riots, charge these people. Or have someone get them picked up before they're able to be used after the verdict. Just my opinion. I know it sounds easier than it probably would be, but whoever's funding these rioters needs to be held accountable. Anyway, on my way to our Chicago terminal before heading back to Indy. Got 43 degrees on the Skyway. Really windy, especially with an empty trailer this morning. It's a great show. Stay safe out there, everybody. Yeah, I didn't listen to the entire, I said the police scanner. It was about 30 minutes worth. I listened to the first, 4 or 5 minutes worth. We was calling in the location of where the piles of bricks, the pallets of bricks were located. I would assume they're going to go out there and remove the damn things. But I guess as soon as they remove them, more bricks will probably be showing up. But it just they magically appeared in Kenosha. Hey, what's going on with Big Sexy this morning?
Out here playing in the rain. We've had a couple callers talking about the weather here in Arkansas. Yeah, I'm dealing with that. Did you hear on your newscast there a while ago about, you talking about the woman they're nominating to control the banks and all that?
Yeah, I just heard that.
That she was arrested for shoplifting or whatever.
Yep. I wonder
they pick winners, don't they?
I wonder if that will derail her nomination. Maybe they dug that up. I mean, I don't know, as someone who's willing to be a thief, you want to put them as comptroller of the currency? I don't know.
Yeah. But a thief controlling the money. Yeah, that's a good idea, ain't it? But I think you went over some of the emails I sent you today. I know I heard you say something earlier, and I got hot bits and pieces of the show about the earthquake, and I know you're talking about the OSHA putting the hold on the mandate deal.
Yep.
But did you see the one I sent you about the guy that was shot at a exit in Blytheville?
Yeah, I saw.
On I-55.
Haven't touched on that, but I mean, what was the deal in regards to that? Just a roadside shooting thing?
Well, when I first heard it, they said they made it sound like it was a truck driver pulled over to check his load, but it was a guy with a pickup pulling a trailer, and he stopped to adjust something on his trailer, and another guy walked up and got in his truck. They got into a fight. The guy that walked up and got in the truck shot him. Witnesses nearby tried to help, and he chased them back to their vehicle. And finally, one of them, I guess, had a concealed carry or open carry or whatever, but shot him and killed him. And, they're not going to charge the guy that shot him, but they're investigating why the other guy was doing what he was doing.
Yeah. Wow.
But, it's right there on one of the exits, right there where the Love is, and on 55 in Blytheville, Arkansas, where it happened at. But it happened on the opposite side of where the Love is. I think Love's on the east side. It happened on the west side of the interstate. But talking about Memphis earlier, rapper got shot. That's just an everyday occurrence in Memphis. Another shooting. They have shootings over there all the time. That place is getting rough. But Can't think of anything else I had. I guess that's all of it. I'll do that Moose is talking about, try to keep it between the spotted and the solid, and sit back and listen to the rest of your show.
Well, did you happen to feel that earthquake this past afternoon? Or that was what, about 9:45 this evening or whatever? Were you out there in that?
Oh yeah, it shook the apartment there. You was reading where it was felt near Martintree and Tyrone. Well, Truman's not but about 10 miles from Martintree. We're the largest city in Poinsett County, and yeah, it shook the apartment there. I mean, I thought a train had derailed when it's the way it shook the building.
Oh yeah.
So we're right there close to the tracks. I thought, well, one of them's derailed. But that wasn't what it was. It was an earthquake.
Interesting. Okay. So you find out
that thing was on up in Missouri,
Yeah. It's so 4.0, but it was felt over a pretty broad area. Very interesting. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, I find that rather interesting. Many stores, especially in recent years, so many retailers have been opening earlier and earlier on Thanksgiving Day. Remember, it used to be Black Friday. Families would get together and spend time and enjoy their Thanksgiving. Watch the parade, watch the Detroit the Lions, watch them lose. That should be entertaining this Thanksgiving, right? But more and more opening up at, all right, well, now we're going to open at 6 p.m. Oh, so the next year, hey, somebody's going to open at noon. Hey, we're going to get Black Friday started at 6 a.m. Thanksgiving Day. That's been the trend. And there's been a bit of a blowback. Thanksgiving Day is a day you're supposed to spend with family. And for all those retailers that want to be open for those early Black Friday shoppers, now they don't get to spend time with their family. They got to go to work on Thanksgiving Day. And I came across this. Our local TV station posted that numerous stores are closing on Thanksgiving. And it's quite a list. Aldi, Bath & Body Works, Bed Bath & Beyond, Best Buy, Costco, Dick's Sporting Goods, Home Depot, JCPenney, the likes of Kohl's, Macy's, Marshall's, Petco, PetSmart, Target stores. even Walmart and Sam's Club. I wonder what time are they going to... Are they going to go back to opening Friday morning rather than later in the day on Thanksgiving Day? The whole thing about Black Friday has kind of also disappeared. Because more and more stores have gone to starting their Black Friday sales. I think Target and Amazon, they started their Black Friday deals in October. Walmart's got Black Friday deals going right now. So you can go in and find, rather than everybody rushing in at the same time in the pandemonium you've seen in the past, thankfully it looks like they're trying to kind of get away from that. Which to me, I think that'd be a good thing. But Eagle wanted to get back in and finish up. Hey, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, Steve, I couldn't get this in on the first call, but I've been talking to you for a long time. Down through the Mike Brown situations. This other loser that got killed in in Minnesota last year. What was his guy's name? I forgot this guy's name. We had all the riots where the cop put the knee on the guy's neck. What was his guy's name?
George Floyd.
George Floyd situation. Yeah, I've talked to you about all these different deals over the years, Steve. And, I go by, I always remember that a sign that I seen, after the Mike Brown situation when people was robbing and, stealing TVs and busting in the stores. Yeah, there was a guy who had a sign on his store who said, "If you loot, we shoot." Mm-hmm. And, these people are just waiting for an opportunity, Steve. You say that they already loading up the bricks. They did the same thing in Minnesota. Somebody is mysteriously placing bricks on certain areas of town in Wisconsin, Kenosha. And that's not no coincidence. And then you probably got people flying in. How many times we talked about this, Steve? You got these troublemakers, people that don't even live in Kenosha, are going they might be coming from Chicago, Detroit, Michigan, Cincinnati. You don't know where these people, they flying in, these paid agitators, these people, they flew into Seattle last year, in 2020 when they was having their problem. People that don't even live in these towns are flying in so they can take advantage of the opportunity of looting and robbing. They could care less about this Rittenhouse guy and whether he is placed in jail or placed out of jail. These people are looking for an opportunity to steal something, Steve. And the police, they need to be lining up. People from all police forces from all over Wisconsin need to be headed to Kenosha right now to enforce the law. Because, see, the left, you don't get it your way. And if you don't get it your way, you want to try to burn the whole city down. Well, it doesn't work like that, my friend, not in America. And like I said, it wouldn't work like that if I was running things in Kenosha. Because if you show up to town in Kenosha looking for trouble, we'll give you some trouble and we'll put you behind bars where you belong. That's the way you have to deal with these people, Steve. You can't play games with these guys because that kid, Rittenhouse guy, this guy, he doesn't deserve to go to jail, but he'll probably go to jail because they don't want the city to supposedly be burned down to the ground. So the left look like they're going to get their way again because, like you say, they're already outside of the jailhouse and trying to enforce their rule of law onto the situation, which they know nothing about. But like I said, it's a bad situation. And see, Steve, here's the thing that people are not looking at. If this thing it gets out of control, you're going to see this happening again, city after city, the same way we had a wave of this crime going a couple of years ago. If we allow these people to force their opinion in this Rittenhouse case, and if they don't get their way, they decide to do some bad stuff in Kenosha, then it's going to start happening all over America again. You're going to see things going down in Chicago, Houston, Dallas. All the major cities are going to start having this type of activity. That's why you have to shut it down right now, Steve. And you can't play games with these people. And, as for anybody, you want to throw a brick, my man, and bust out a window and take something that don't belong to you, well, we got a big surprise for you, my friend. You're going to find yourself behind bars where you belong. And that's the way it should be, Steve. Just because you don't get your way, just because the man, you feel like Rittenhouse needs to go to jail, and you don't get your way, that doesn't give you the right to bust into a store and steal a television or some jewelry or something that doesn't belong to you. It doesn't work that way in America. Maybe in another country you might get your way like that, my man, but not in the USA. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, you got to nip it in the bud before it gets out of control, because once it gets started, and the trend last year was, well, they'd get together and just peacefully protest until the sun went down, and night after night, all hell would break loose. But there we go, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The trial in the death of Ahmaud Arbery continued on Wednesday. Travis McMichael, who fatally shot Arbery, testified in court in Brunswick, Georgia.
And he comes out and he pulls up his shirt and goes to reach in his pocket or waistband area, going for his pocket. I thought it was pocket at first, but later on it didn't make sense, because if you're going to reach for your pocket, you would go for the pocket that's on whichever side you're on.
In February last year, Travis, his father Gregory, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan proceeded to chase Arbery while Bryan recorded what happened on his phone. President Biden is in Detroit promoting his infrastructure bill he signed this week. His trip includes a visit to a GM electric vehicle plant in the Motor City. The bill includes a big investment in electric vehicle charging stations. USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Very interesting out of South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. Republican Daniel Rittenhouse winning the mayoral race, the runoff mayoral race in Columbia, South Carolina, 52% of the vote, according to the news outlet The State this past day. Why would that be such a big deal? Well, elections up and down the ballot in 21 indicating there's going to be a red wave next year. Rickman says it was an incredible thing. Everyone who supported us, it's about one Columbia. We're not divided. We are united. All right, so seems like no big deal. But the recent political past of the region, that's what makes it noteworthy. Columbia is the capital of South Carolina, the largest city in Richland County, which voted for Joe Biden for president with a 68.4% of the tally in the 2020 election. Even more shocking is Columbia is in a congressional district where Democrats have a 17% party registration advantage. Biden surrogate Jim Clyburn is their representative there. The mayoral seat that is currently held by the Democrat, Steve Benjamin, has served in that office for 11 years. All right. Very interesting. He ran his campaign with public safety being the top priority, which that's what probably put him over the top. Columbia is safer than only 2% of American cities. Wow. Meaning people are looking for a change in that community. They do say runoff elections typically have lower voter turnout, and a lot of times that could lead to unlikely outcomes. Some are saying, well, the Democrat voters probably just assumed their candidate would have no problem winning, so many of them maybe didn't even bother to vote. But regardless, Rickman's victory is a huge chance for him to bring some conservative leadership and some conservative policies to a major city that needs some of that change. And that should energize Republicans around the country to get active with local campaigns. Yeah, some are saying this is almost like a political miracle. If you think, Biden won, that's Columbia with 68% of the vote. It wasn't even close there. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster, what kind of baloney you got for us this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. When you're on top, ain't but one way to go, right? And that's straight on down. Well, I got a DA nominee for you, buddy. I don't know which one was the dumbest, the singer or the fan in the crowd there, right? Let's see. Sophia Ursita from the band Brass Against, she peed on a fan last Thursday during a Daytona, Florida concert. I don't reckon Philip was at that one, was he? Anyway, she told the fan she had to pee, and she called this male fan to the stage and urinated on him as the music was being played. See?
Wow.
Yeah, I know it. She kept telling him, I'm going to pee in this, well, I can't say that word on it, M-A-L, mouth. Well, I mean, you must have been a really dumbass to have gotten on that stage with her, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I know it. Well, let's step on up to the next one. You got $300 you want to give the Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay Packers. Well, what do I get in return?
You're going to, as of yesterday, you're going to get $300 for a share of stock in the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
They have zero financial value and cannot be resold. You can't get no dividends out of it. Instead, you'll only get a commemorative stock certificate and bragging rights saying you own part of the Green Bay Packers. They aim to sell 300,000 shares as a way of raising $90 million for a stadium renovation. And it's actually the sixth time in franchise history the Packers have done this. It's the most recent occurring in 2011. I ain't got $300 I'm going to give the Green Bay Packers. So, yeah. I got a real feel-good story for you. A young man by the name of Alex Brown posted an emotional tribute to his mom, who died that day after a 14-year battle with cancer, on Twitter. On Friday night, the high school quarterback scored 8 touchdowns for his New Jersey football team. The story went viral by Saturday, Brown's 18th birthday, with even Tom Brady weighing in. The young man said, I posted a video because I wanted to make a tribute to my mom, thanking her for watching over me. I looked the next day and I had over 5 million views and 100,000 likes. He was getting a call from ESPN Sports Center and getting a call from Fox. And then he noticed Tom Brady commented on it and texted him a nice paragraph about him and his mom and playing football. So that's a feel good story for today there. I like that. Steve, did you know the French flag changed colors last year?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, they went to a darker blue stripe to connect with the French flag of 1793. The lighter blue that they had on there, they had changed to connect to the European Union flag. So, and let's finish up something from last night. I told you John Hagee said the Antichrist is a gay Jew. Well, he was specifically pointing out Joe Lieberman. You don't reckon old Al Bohr and Joe done the wild thing with each other, do you? God, I don't even. And he's basing that on one scripture. Yeah, he's basing that on one scripture from Daniel 11:37, where it doesn't mention the Antichrist by name, but they're talking about someone in the future. Neither shall he regard the gods of his father, nor the desire of women, nor regard any god, for he shall magnify himself above all. So, I don't know, Steve. That's all of my baloney for right now. So, We'll talk to you later on. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
All right. Thank you, Knuckle Buster. What are you looking at here? Oh, boy. I had not mentioned it. I saw the last couple of days, you may have been hearing that, they're calling for a mistrial in this Rittenhouse case. It came to light after the closing arguments that there was a video that the prosecution had. They had given the video to the defense, but the video that they turned over to the defense was a much lower quality, kind of like if you had a very grainy video, couldn't see it real clear. But the prosecution actually had a high-resolution version of that video that they did not turn over until after the fact. Now, this is where it comes into play. As the jury continues to deliberate, complications over one piece of evidence have emerged. The jurors want to review that drone video that's come to the center of the controversy, which led the judge this past day to say, "My nightmare has come true." Chicago Tribune reported that there was a motion filed by the defense that called for a mistrial due to prosecutorial misconduct. The motion states the prosecution gave the defense the drone recording taken in Kenosha at a lower resolution than the one the state has. The evidence is considered crucial by the state because it claims Rittenhouse was pointing his gun at those who were shot before he faced potential harm. The video footage has been at the center of this case. The failure to provide the same quality footage is intentional. Clearly prejudices the defendant. So while discussing the drone video without the jury present on Wednesday, questions began to emerge about copying video from a phone to a laptop. The judge said that resolving that so that the jury knows what it is actually seeing would require to bring expert witnesses to testify. Now, that would bring deliberations to a halt. Amid discussions of viewing the video, it was determined the jury could view the video as often as they want, but would have to be assembled in the courtroom and not in private to view the evidence. And of course, earlier, the defense spoke about their motion for a mistrial. I asked the court to consider the drone footage was turned over by an anonymous person who was supposedly we supposedly now know who it is. On the first Friday of the jury, we were provided a copy of that from Mr. Krause that was neither in the length or the definition clarity that the state had. We did not get the full download that they received until Saturday or Sunday last weekend, after all the evidence was closed, and that, they say, is the real problem. Also, the prosecution has admitted to using edited and or enhanced video footage as evidence during the trial. Richard said this past day, this footage should have been inadmissible in court. Okay, since doing our research, the specific amped software owners, the manual says that when using artificial intelligence to enhance photographs or videos, it is for investigative purposes only. It is not forensically to be used in a court of law and should be labeled as such. So I guess that maybe kind of explains why things are dragging on longer, and then he may have to actually bring him back in the courtroom to review this new evidence with expert witnesses. It is 9 before the hour, and it's 844-3388. I thought, well, since the action's going to be getting hot and heavy in Kenosha, Yeah, why don't we get in on the action? I ordered myself a load of bricks. Have you got my bricks ready?
Hello, Mr. Steve Sommer, and all Hot Shot Secret neighbors. Ballots done been delivered. Got to make the paychecks, you know, so Uncle Joe paid me to take brick to Kenosha. And I got big truck now, Steve. You haul no good for brick. You haul good for ballot, no good for brick. So now I got big toot. Yeah, big truck driver.
Yeah, all right. How many pallets you got on board, Lomaine?
26 pallet. 26 pallet. We're dropping them all over town. I got the piggyback fork truck on the back. Yeah.
Well,
It's a good time. Uncle Joe pay good money, but remember, Christmas times are coming, so anybody, it don't matter. We got planned. They're gonna, whether they let Kyle go and they tear it down due to rage, or whether they put Kyle away and we celebrate, we're gonna loot this joint.
Well, don't forget.
So remember, Christmas times are coming, so raid the village, loot and pillage.
I need me a pallet right there in front of the Target store. They got some stuff on my Christmas wish list, all right? Egg roll, Lomaine, brick delivery. I see he's out of the ballots now. Out of the ballots and into the bricks. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, speaking of supply chain issues, right? It's ongoing. Things don't seem to be getting a whole lot better at the ports. And apparently we've got some issues with the rail lines. I keep hearing all about, well, we have a lack of truck drivers. Norfolk Southern service has deteriorated over the past 6 weeks amid crew shortages and operational changes. According to shippers and connecting railroads, some expressing concern that the railroad is teetering on the brink of a meltdown. As train speed falls, cars spend more time in yards, the rising number of trains per day being held due to a lack of crews, power, and other reasons. According to Loop Capital Partners, in a note to clients this week, operations are suddenly in the ditch, he says. Average train speed on Norfolk Southern slumped to 17.6 miles an hour in the week ending November 5, the lowest weekly velocity in the railroad's performance data since May of 2018, when congestion centered on Birmingham, Alabama, bogged down service throughout the Southeast. Since the first week of October, the railroad's velocity has fallen 17%. Other performance metrics are going in the wrong direction as well. Since the first week of October, the number of loaded cars not moving in more than 48 hours nearly doubled to 3,903, while the average number of trains holding per day has surged 123%. Terminal dwell is up 27%. Cars setting more than 36 hours at 5 yards in the Southeast. Birmingham is a hotspot once again. Dwell at the Norris Yard is at 46.5 hours, up from 32 in the first week of October and 29.7 hours in September. Now, they say traffic volume is not the culprit. Norfolk Southern volume was flat in the third quarter and actually down slightly in October. They're experiencing higher than normal attrition among the crews and having trouble hiring new conductors due to the tight labor market. Now, they said new conductors and conductor trainees are also leaving the railroad at higher rates. Struggling to retain train crews and hire conductors mirrors the trends in the industry and across the overall economy. They just released those numbers for the month of September, where 4.4 million Americans quit their jobs. But job openings are stubbornly near record high levels. Norfolk Southern had 7,463 people in train and engine service in September, down 6% from a year ago. The entire transportation and logistics industry is essentially experiencing the perfect storm of challenges, and the railroad is not immune to those. Staffing, heightened economic demand, port congestion, historic lows available in warehousing and trucking capacity. We've managed for staffing all year, but we saw a spike in the attrition rate in several critical parts of the network late September into October, which is further straining some areas of the network. How do we solve this? Solving this is a top priority. They have stepped up hiring efforts, increasing the size of their GO teams, the train crews who are willing to temporarily relocate to areas where staffing might be thin. Now, they do have more conductors in training than at any point in time this year, and they've taken several steps to try to ease the crew shortage, offering referrals, signing, retention bonuses, increasing the conductor training class sizes and the number of classes. So problems at the railroads, well, I mean, just when they used the term, what was that, on the brink of a meltdown? That doesn't sound good. But, yeah, final hour just ahead. Gilligan got you coming up here. The Jolly Green Giant, horse feathers, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of high-profile homicide cases continuing in Georgia. Day 9 on Wednesday of the trial of 3 men accused in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. William Roddy Bryan Jr.'s attorney, Kevin Gow, said even though Bryan was involved in chasing Arbery through a neighborhood as he was jogging, he was not directly involved in shooting and killing him.
At the time of the shooting, Mr. Bryan is simply a witness. And under those circumstances, we believe that he is entitled to have an acquittal.
Gregory McMichael and his son Travis McMichael and Brian are accused of shooting the 25-year-old Arbery. The defense contends Travis McMichael shot the black man in self-defense after they wrestled over his shotgun. Meanwhile, the jury in the Kyle Rittenhouse double homicide case in Kenosha, Wisconsin, deliberated for a second day without reaching a verdict. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Major League Baseball making the announcement of the winners of the American and National League Cy Young Awards as Toronto Blue Jays ace Robbie Ray was named the winner in the American League. Milwaukee Brewers starter Corbin Burns named the winner in the Senior League. President Biden stopped in Michigan to again talk up the newly signed infrastructure bill, paying a visit to a GM electric vehicles plant in Detroit and getting to test drive a new electric Hummer. He also spoke on the benefits that he says that bipartisan infrastructure legislation will provide, including electric vehicle charging stations and more affordable internet for lots of Americans who have difficulty just getting connected right now.
No parent should have to do what a lot of you did, and they did in my state and all over America, should ever have to sit in a parking lot of a fast food restaurant again just so their child can use the internet.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden is still hoping to pass the second of his 2 legislative priorities. Here's the latest from USA Radio's Lance Pry.
The $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill signed into law by President Biden Monday is being attached by Democrats to another $4 trillion in additional spending through President Biden's social spending bill, a.k.a. Build Back Better legislation. Republican Congressman Representative Dan Muser from Pennsylvania on Newsmax Monday.
You know, last year we spent $5.6 trillion for recovery and relief and for a vaccine. This year, if the Democrats have their way, they're going to spend more than that. This year alone, $6 trillion, maybe even $7 trillion. Look, I helped actually design the T&I bill, the infrastructure bill. It was far from perfect, but it was okay. But when something's attached to an additional, completely attached to a $4 trillion additional spend, that made it completely unacceptable.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And it's hard enough to get a cab on the surface of the Earth at times, but researchers at Vanderbilt University say they're working with NASA engineers on developing airborne taxi cabs. A computer science prof says they hope to create vehicles they'd call octocopters that take off and land vertically and can move 6 to 8 people. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Incredible winds out west earlier this week, and a truck driver lucky to be alive, but he lived to tell the tale after tipping over onto the railing, nearly falling off a bridge during those high winds on Monday. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Island County, Washington. The semi was traveling north on Highway 20 over what is known as the Deception Pass Bridge. It was blown over, tipped over, coming to rest against the bridge railing. Now, the drop from that bridge, approximately 180 feet. Yeah, in other words, he was way, way up there. State Patrol trooper said that the truck driver was able to get out of the vehicle, not seriously hurt. But obviously, removal of the truck took hours under the windy conditions, and the northbound lanes were closed for much of the day. Winds in excess of 50 miles per hour recorded in Washington there on Monday. Then another crash on Tuesday in Washington state involving a semi and a mangled passenger vehicle that was both nightmarish and miraculous at the same time. You'd have to see the photo to believe it. You would think the motorist in the automobile would have been literally crushed in this crash because the semi ran into the back and literally folded the car in half. And the semi came to rest on top of the car. Remarkably, the motorist survived with minor injuries, they say. I mean, it was just astounding, stunned by the level of damage at the scene. There's no word to describe this collision. A trooper said, in my 14-year career, I've never seen anything like this. But you'd have to see it to believe it. It's one of those scenarios, I guess, where it just wasn't their time. The man upstairs said, not today. Hey, good morning, Gilligan.
Morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. I've got some feedback, it seems like. Okay, it's going now. I want to touch on something that was happened at the end of the show last night. Maybe I shouldn't start this, but Larry called in. He was your last caller last night. I was on hold when he called in. Larry, I got a lot of respect for you. I appreciate what you do, but I'm going to say this Steve's defense. Steve does lean towards non-vaccine. Not exactly against it, but what he does, he offers information. He's like most of us. He's not anti-vaxxer, but he gives information that you don't find elsewhere. And I think that needed to be said after Larry's call last night. I've been talking about this, what we got on MSNBC about these white truckers over 55 and Trump voters. Well, I'm white. I'm a Trump voter, but I'm not 55. I'm close. I'm 54. So that blowed her statistic About 2 years ago, I actually met a lady at an old truck stop. This place, that those who run I-81 recognize the place out here at 128 here in Virginia. It used to be called the Dixie. It's part of an old, a small shop, convenience store train. They bought it up and they bought down the Lancer at 101. This lady was an interesting woman to talk to. She literally started driving truck back in the early to mid 70s. I can't remember the exact year. And I told her, I said, man, that was a hard time to enter the industry. She said, yes, it was. But she said, she said, I wanted to be a driver, and that's what I did. Now, this is going to sound, it might come off vulgar, but I'm going to use the proper medical term on this. She pulled in what's the old White's truck stop down here at 205. Let's run this road. Knew it well. Pulled up on the fuel hour one night to get the fuel. Opened up the door, and there stands a man flashing her. She decided to sit there and looked at him. He says, well, what do you think? She looked at him and says, kind of looks like a penis, only smaller. And I think he closed his coat and walked away, wouldn't you?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You touching on this woman that's supposed to be a lady that covers the currency. I can't remember the exact term she's giving. You gave her position. Okay, now she's admittedly a far left Marxist, which fits right into Joe Biden's agenda. But he was talking about they said on the news break, Big Sexy brought it up about how she was arrested in I think it was '95 for stealing from a retail store. But if you notice, the other part of that story was the charges were dropped the next year after the program, entering some program. I'm wondering if they're not putting this out there so that if she doesn't get the nomination and the Republicans fight it enough and she does not get the nomination, they can come back and say, well, she didn't get the nomination because Republicans don't want people to have a second chance. She made a mistake years ago, and now she's paying for it. I wouldn't put it past them one bit. Would you, Steve?
I kind of feel like I think the whole thing of her shoplifting, I don't know however many years ago it was, I don't know, it may be the Republicans dug that up so they could have something to try to derail the nomination because they're saying at any cost, this woman cannot become the comptroller of the currency.
Which I agree with 100% on that. It's crazy that this woman would even be nominated, even by a far leftist. I mean, you read what her paper was in college, and that is something straight out, like you say, out of Karl Marx.
Exactly. Yep.
Government should take over the money and all that. It's like you say, gun companies, anybody does not agree with the left's ideas, they could be shut out. And I don't understand how people could not see this could be a problem. I mean, let's say the Republicans get back into power. If they did that, they could use those same tactics against the green energy companies. But these people are very short-sighted. They have one agenda and one agenda only, to bring this country to a socialist society where nobody really has anything except for the uber rich. I mean, the 0.1% or whatever, and then the rest of us are in poverty. It's amazing that these people can't see through this. I'm going to touch on the Rittenhouse thing. You say that the prosecutor sent the defense attorney that video, but it was very grainy. It was low quality, correct?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to what he had. Well, my opinion opinion, this should have never went to court to begin with. In fact, I think the prosecutor should be brought up on charges for even bringing it to court. But, here's another reason I think the judge could be able to call this a mistrial. Just another reason. There's been so many things this prosecutor has done wrong in this case. I don't understand why this is continuing. And Eagle's right. I mean, I know if Rittenhouse is not the book ain't thrown at him like the left wants it to be, they'll be rioting. They'll be throwing the bricks that Chow Mein is delivering and all that. You'll be burning stuff down. It's crazy. But unfortunately, it will not happen. Look at how many people was arrested during 2020 for the rioting, but most of them never really faced charges. The charges were dropped. These Democrat prosecutors come in and just totally drop the charges. I'm as frustrated as the rest of your audience. Well, I guess that's about all I could come up with for now, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
Again, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. And, yep, there you go. Be safe out there, 17 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Back in 2 here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And off we go to the Jolly Green Giant. Patiently waiting. Morning, Jolly Green. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I can't believe all the rotten baloney on your show tonight. Also, I heard a rumor last night about you that you actually play golf. Is that true?
Well, I have played real golf, ball golf as they call it. It's been years since I've done that, but for many, many years, I was an avid disc golfer, frisbee golf.
That's what I was looking for. Have you played at the Mount Airy golf course there, sir?
That would be considered probably my home course. That was my regular go-to. We played out. Winton Woods was too small. I mean, Mount Airy is a class course. We've been to courses all over. There's lots of courses here. They got some good ones over there in Kentucky.
Yes,
over there at was it Boone Lick Park or whatever in Kentucky, northern Kentucky. There's several good ones out there.
I've never played at the ones in Kentucky. I have played Mount Airy, Winton Woods. There's one in Milford. Believe it or not, Milford only has a 9-hole course, and then there is one of the better courses in the area is the one that's right near Beachmont, and I used to play that course a lot. It was a very, very fine Frisbee golf course there, but I'm not into golf like some of the drivers are out there, but I do love Frisbee golf. So, and I heard that you were a participant in that. So, but I just wanted to say that yes, I have played Mount Airy, but my favorite one is the one that's out in the Beachmont area, and I can't even remember where that place is at anymore, because that was a long, long time ago. But I wanted to talk about the COVID shots there, where you were talking about the NHL, and I said to myself, what is it? Why are they forcing these shots down our throat if they're not working? I just don't get it. Why even bother? So it's just, I think Fauci is just trying to jam it down our throat, among other things. It's getting kind of ridiculous, Another thing that's upsetting, you were talking about the stimulus package, the $1 trillion stimulus package. And what really bothers me is, why are we giving all these money to the illegal aliens when we've got poor people that, that really need it? But we've got veterans we need to take care of. Why are we not taking care of our veterans who have shed blood for our country? Why are we not doing that? That is more important than illegal aliens who don't even belong in our country. So I just thought I'd bring that some to your attention. I really don't want to go on and on I just wanted to say that I really have enjoyed your show. I tried getting in yesterday, but I got too many cartoon characters were calling me, I guess. So either way, have a good night, Steve, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
And sometime if you're still playing disc golf, if you want to know a course that you're going to need several hours to play, but there's a course, it's called Idlewild over in Kentucky as well. Idlewild, that's probably one of the longest courses in the country. Yeah, went out there a couple of years ago. It was middle of the summer. It's like a 90-something degree day, and I thought I was going to die out there. Very long, difficult course. Let me see. I don't know if Sylvester's been on this morning or not. I haven't seen him typing in on the stream chat here. But anyway, next time we chat, I have to ask him about this. The jaw-dropping moment that a biblical plague of 50 million crabs head to the ocean to breed. The swarm of cannibalistic critters shutting down roads from the jungle to the coast on Christmas Island off Western Australia. It's really incredible. Unbelievable footage. Shows the bright red creatures descending on townships in what's considered one of the greatest animal migrations on the planet. Every year, an estimated 50 million crabs make their way from the forest after the rainfall in October or November, and they head to the ocean to mate. The crabs generally eat leaves, fruits, flowers, and seeds, but they do have a dark side that sees them eating their young. The crab's cannibal side comes out when babies returning from their first ocean migration are feasted on by adults as part of their diet. But the journey from the jungle to the ocean takes them through some residential areas, some tourist hotspots through the winter months. But photos from Parks Australia show thousands upon thousands of the crabs scurrying along the roads. They've got some specially constructed bridges to assist them in getting to the ocean. It's pretty wild. Residents in this little settlement in the Northeast were essentially trapped in their homes Sunday due to the sheer number of the crabs that were out there on the roads. Wow. It's kind of crabby. Yeah, let's see what's going on with the Rainmaker. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. How are you today?
Doing well. Give us the breakdown. What kind of a beautiful day do we have in Thailand?
I got up to 91 today, and at night it'll get down to about 70s. And then next week, we'll have some cooler temperatures in the evening. Might get down to about 61 at nighttime, which will be pretty cool here. So, going back, and you probably received several emails and news about different stories and stuff. I was just wondering, did any callers talk about his special that he did last night for 2 hours about the COVID?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you can watch it for free on YouTube. And I watched it, and he did a 2-hour special chalkboard thing, and it shows the beginnings and everything, and it incriminates Fauci. It will just make you so angry how the United States was in bed with the pharmaceuticals. You know that the United States pretty well made a deal with the Moderna vaccine and all the other ones. They don't get priority. I sent you 2 emails. The first email is for the YouTube video. You can watch. It's 2 hours. If YouTube has not taken it off because it incriminates the United States and the scientists and all kinds of shit. It's pretty pissing. It'll really make you angry when you watch it.
I see the headline of that. Crimes or cover-up, exposing the world's most dangerous lies. Is that the one?
Yep. And then he even has all the emails that he got, where you can request all the information. And he had a lot of researchers do all this. So it's all fact. And plus, you can go to, which I went to his website and downloaded all of them files. And then I sent you the PDF. So that way, if you want to pull them up, you can see them before the government tries to hide them or something. But I'd like to hear some of the other drivers maybe tomorrow, get their input if they watch it, because I think it's going to really wake everybody up that, that Johnson & Johnson, hey, Moderna, that's their competition. That's why the United States government shut Johnson & Johnson down because, hey, the United States is making money off the Moderna vaccine.
I'll have to check out the video. I'll do that maybe when I get done here in about a half an hour.
Sounds good. All right. You have yourself a wonderful morning, Steve. We'll talk at you tomorrow then.
All right. Enjoy your beautiful day there in Thailand. 90 degrees.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get the latest news break. See what's going on. Yeah, if the skies will clear out, which 24 hours from now, I think we may have a decent opportunity to check out the lunar eclipse. I think we're reaching peak about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's very long. It gets underway about 1 a.m., reaches totality, I believe, at is it 4 a.m.? So it's going to make for a long night, long eclipse, but that should be cool if you got the clear skies and you want to gaze toward the heavens in the middle of the night, right? Bundle up, though, because it's going to be a chilly night. And with that, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of high-profile homicide cases continuing in Georgia. Day 9 on Wednesday of the trial of 3 men accused in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. William Roddy Bryan Jr.'s attorney, Kevin Gow, said even though Bryan was involved in chasing Arbery through a neighborhood as he was jogging, he was not directly involved in shooting and killing him.
At the time of the shooting, Mr. Bryan is simply a witness. And under those circumstances, we believe that that he is entitled to have an acquittal.
Gregory McMichael and his son Travis McMichael and Brian are accused of shooting the 25-year-old Arbery. The defense contends Travis McMichael shot the black man in self-defense after they wrestled over his shotgun. Meanwhile, the jury in the Kyle Rittenhouse double homicide case in Kenosha, Wisconsin, deliberated for a second day without reaching a verdict. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back out of here. Someone suggested if you're looking to make a killing in the stock market, forget about Amazon. You should invest in fertilizer companies. Fertilizer companies. That's probably right up Vic's alley. You could probably give us more detail, but while other corporations and firms are attracting public scrutiny for how their practices impact Americans, fertilizer executives are making out like bandits at the expense of the people who feed and fuel the country. Let's just refer to them as the fertilizer oligopoly. There's a fun word. Oligopoly. What has the fertilizer oligopoly been up to? Well, apparently using the government to elbow the competition out of the way and taking over the American fertilizer market. One of the most sinister moves came when the U.S.-based company Mosaic, which produces fertilizers sold here and abroad, used severe weather conditions in 2017 and 2018, which reduced fertilizer purchases to manufacture a crisis that it convinced the International Trade Commission was the fault of imports. ITC fell for this nonsense hook, line, and sinker. And in March, they imposed a 19.7% tariff on phosphate fertilizers imported from Morocco and Russia. Goes without saying that this development has caused a real crisis in the farming community, where corn growers and other farmers are telling me that fertilizer prices have gone up as much as 200% in 1 year. Well, as prices increase for those products, farmers are also dealing with supply issues that are hiking the cost for seeds and their crop protection products. This is all a gut punch to the American farmer. Meanwhile, the fertilizer oligopoly is profiteering. Mosaic's August phosphate fertilizer sector earnings were up $200 million over their 2020 profits. And the company is gaining a near monopoly over the phosphate fertilizer supply in the country. In fact, Mosaic's phosphate market has grown from 74% to over 80% as the tariffs were placed on imports. Those tariffs, along with other factors like natural gas prices, are raising the cost of fertilizers to historic highs. But then the plot thickens a bit. Right when it looked like Mosaic was the biggest and best in the world of fertilizer oligopolies, CF Industries, CF, took a page out of their playbook and filed a petition with the Trade Commission to place tariffs on urea. You know, the urea ammonium nitrate solutions, which are used in liquid fertilizers imported from Russia, as well as Trinidad and Tobago. While CF Industries' complaint remains under consideration, the company has closed some of its plants in England, which further impacts the fertilizer supply and drives up prices for the American farmer. So while severe fertilizer shortages are being felt around the country, farmers don't have to look to the oligopoly for help, because Mosaic no longer sees the U.S. market as their only priority. After all, it recently increased exports to Canada, and they've started exporting fertilizers to Brazil. But our farmers in the heartland of America, being hit with exorbitantly high prices for fertilizers, are furious that corporations have been able to use a government entity to consolidate a market and hike prices on inputs. As one farmer put it, I struggle to understand why a company that has 74% of the market share needs the International Trade Commission to impose tariffs to help them get to 80% plus market share. Okay, so they're asking the courts to reverse that decision on tariffs. But obviously, well, when the farmers are paying more for the fertilizer, guess that means they got to charge more for the crops, right? All that goes into contributing to higher prices at the grocer. So maybe there's another contributing factor. Hello, Horse Feathers. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So that's interesting. You were talking about railroads there a little while ago. Does the railroad, the BNSF, ever come up? Burlington Northern Santa Fe? And you know who owns that one, right?
Right. I don't know.
Warren Buffett there.
For what I wonder, if Norfolk Southern is having these issues, you'd almost have to expect the others. All the rail lines are probably experiencing the same with the labor issues, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, the big thing about rail is that they're down to 2 employees per train. You have a conductor and you have an engineer, and those are the only 2 that ride the train from the time it leaves to the time it gets somewhere. So, that's, so yeah, one guy calls in sick. It's kind of hard to run a train down the tracks because you only got one guy, and they do, I believe they actually will run a train from point to point with just an engineer if they have to. So I don't know, kind of a crazy deal. But I was expecting that Warren Buffett there to start, his train should start running more there with the pipelines being shut down, because all that crude oil has to move somehow, and if it doesn't go through a pipeline, it'll be on the rail cars and that. And his railroad is right there in the heart of where that Keystone XL pipeline was operating. So anyways, but you mentioned earlier in the show there, you're talking about the Thanksgiving Day parade there for Macy's, and you said it's going to be back pre-pandemic and all its glory and everything. Now, did they say anything about what you have to do to attend? Do you have to do anything special to attend?
That crossed my mind, but I don't know. Are you gonna have to show your vaccine card or whatever to get in? I'm not sure.
Well, a little bit over a month later, if you try to go to Times Square, just a few blocks down the street there to downtown,
to ring in the new year,
The ring in the new year, you can go there and be there, and it's all going to be pre-pandemic, all its glory. But in order to get in, you have to prove you are vaccinated.
Correct.
You cannot attend the ball drop if you are not have a way to prove you're vaccinated.
Hey, guess what?
I was wondering
you have to have a photo ID and a vaccination card there, Horse Feathers. Photo ID to ring in the new year in Times Square, but you don't have to have a photo ID to vote, right?
That's racist. That's racist. You can't do that.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice. But okay. So is that for the New Year's, or is that Thanksgiving? Needing the photo ID and the.
Like I said, well, if it's going to be for the New Year's thing, which I did see that, and so I would almost have to naturally assume it's going to be for the parade as well.
Yeah, but I think the parade area will be a little harder to kind of. I don't know.
I don't know. Do you have security areas, gates that you have to go through? I know for the whole Times Square ball drop, you got the security perimeter, and you got to go through the metal detectors, I think, and all that stuff. So, yeah, I'm not sure about for the parade. I've never been up there for the big parade.
Yeah, I think for the length of the parade route, it's got to have a lot of open space, side streets, and alleyways and places people could get in and that. So I'm thinking it's going to be pretty interesting what they'll be able to do to maintain it or secure it or whatever you want to call it. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we had going for you. And I don't know. I don't want to be one of them drawn on callers. I got a feeling Jolly Green said that knowing I was coming up here that he threw out that he didn't want to be a long drawn out caller like some of them. And I got a feeling he was implying something towards me. Were you thinking that at all?
Well, could that be a possibility?
I guess it could. I think it's happened before.
Okay. Does that mean we're supposed to hit the dynamite button right about there? Boom. There you go. What do you say? Would this be, call me Rooster?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I'm giving you a call this morning. Kind of shift gears here, get total off base with some of these other guys talking about all this COVID stuff and riding and the same old crap we hear day in, day out. But, kind of want to make a point about the owner-operators out here. I was trying to call in yesterday, mention some of this, but it's fuel prices and stuff out here and freight rates and everything else, and we ain't got nobody to seem to get our attention to hear a word. I don't know what else to turn to. I mean, I've been calling, my local politicians and senators and congressmen, and I don't know. It's just felt like everything's just falling on deaf ears anymore. And since Obama, we've had to sell 2 different truck and trailers because we can't compete with these cheap freight rates out here. And just tired and fed up with it. I was just wondering if any of these other guys out here that's pushing these things up and down the road feel the same way as I do. I'm sure they do. They're probably like some of the rest of us. They ain't got time to call in, or they don't feel like they're wasting their time. But
well, I thought the freight rates had kind of rebounded. Have they tanked again, or what?
It just depends on part of the country that you're trying to get in and out of. I'm heading west this morning. I just stopped, throw on some fuel real quick, and it just seemed like the further you go out, pays you pretty good. Certain spots you go, but it's time you figure in your fuel, even with fuel surcharge and stuff. It's I don't know, man. Some makes you just feel like you're just beating your head against the wall.
So do you have to kind of rely on like load boards or whatnot to get your loads, or?
Sometimes I do. Right now it's just me and a couple of my other brothers. We're down to a pretty small fleet. We primarily haul for the same customer most of the time, but a lot of times when we get certain spots, they don't have anything they can help us with, so we kind of have to rely on our own sources.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, for the most part, I have some pretty good guys I deal with, but just with, I don't know, especially with this new administration that's come in this past year and a half, it's putting a super squeeze on everybody out here. I mean, you guys are seeing it at the grocery stores.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Fuel pumps.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Been in this for 35 years, and it gets rougher every year.
I see the pictures, guys taking photographs of the pump, and like $750, $800 to fill up. It's like bonkers.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's crazy. And further you go east or further you go west, it just bigger the sting it is.
Yep.
Tires going up. You know how it is. Anything petroleum based, baby, it's all hitting the pocket. But I don't know. That's just the only beef I had. I know there's some other guys out there dealing with it too. Just like there's some of their maybe they can throw something my way.
Sure.
Maybe they've come across a better way of doing things. But that's really all I had this morning, man. Just wanted to call and say hey, and just a little aggravated. A whole lot aggravated.
Well, yeah, the frustration factor, I think. Yeah, we're all in that boat. Right? Looking at, like you said, fuel prices. How about your, I can't wait to get my first winter utility bill here, right? You're having to fire up the heat. Yeah, you get a little break in the action during the fall because you don't have to have the AC running and you don't have to have the furnace running. Yeah, get a couple of months in there, and then all of a sudden, boom, old man winter comes knocking, and the utility bill goes through the roof. About 10 before the hour, we'll come back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here. We begin winding things down on a Thursday morning. So not a whole lot of time left, but let me jump over to Larry. Morning, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning. Quickie question. Have you seen the newest Kentucky driver's license?
I have not.
Or heard about them?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to set this up. If you go someplace and they ask for a photo ID, what do you show them?
Driver's license.
Thank you. The new Kentucky driver's license has in bold print not to be used for identification. One of my guys had to renew his license, and then obviously I have to keep that on file. But when he brought it in, he couldn't believe what it said, nor could I. Not to be used for identification. I mean, so you can get a state ID, I guess, for identification, but you can't use your driver's license in Kentucky for ID. That just does not make sense to me.
No, I've never heard of such a thing. I mean, that's why is it not supposed to be used as an ID?
I don't understand the logic behind it. I will, when I get my computer going there, I had a little computer problem yesterday, but I will send you a picture of it. It is, it's stupid. Hey, I wanted to share one more thing. I ordered 2 of the Stellar electronic headsets for 2 of my supervisors because I want them to set a good example. And I didn't order them both at the same time. I don't know why, but one after another one. So the first one came in. The supervisor called me yesterday on the phone, and he was telling me how much he liked it. And I said, good. I said, so where are you at now? And he says, oh, I'm driving down the road. I said, you have your window open? He said, yes. And I said, Barry, all I hear is you. And that was amazing because his last device, I had a hard time hearing him. But that Stellar electronic headset, now, I got them with the one that just have the one earpiece. I don't prefer the ones that got the 2 earpieces because they're technically not legal.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he could hear fine. And I talked to him 3 times yesterday. Every conversation I had with him, he had to brag about that unit and how happy he was to have it. So I just wanted to kind of share that.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it's raining here in Louisville. It's 39 degrees, a little chilly rain. So as long as we don't have that white stuff, it's a good day.
Yeah, we got the rain here too. We're down to 46. It was like 54 when I started at the midnight hour. So I don't think we're going to be warming up a whole lot today, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But want everybody to be safe and have a good day. Hey, by the way, do you like mushrooms?
Yeah, enough. Yeah, if I get a steak dinner and they come with a couple of mushrooms, I'll eat. I'm not real big on mushrooms, though. Nah.
Okay. Do you like anchovies?
No. No.
Okay. Well, my only point being is that this may be a little deep for some people, but shocking as it could be, not everybody likes mushrooms, and not everybody likes anchovies.
It's not.
You know where I'm going with that.
No, that's not shocking to me, but so.
So we all have an opinion about anchovies and mushrooms.
Absolutely.
I appreciate and respect that, brother. You have a great day.
Okay, yeah. We all have opinions about everything, and some opinions are differing. All right, starting today, there it is, Thursday through Sunday, the Streetcar Super Nationals at Las Vegas Motor Speedway gets underway. And the legendary drag racing festival returns with the 17th running of the Streetcar Super Nationals from the Strip at Las Vegas Speedway. 4 lanes of racing on 2 side-by-side tracks. Always make for some really awesome action. Pro Mod, Pro 275, Outlaw 10.5. They got the big tire, the small tire, bunch of different classes there, and a whole bunch of others there. Bracket and Mustang Madness, little something for everybody. There will be a number of Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers on the track, and Hot Shot Secret will be sponsoring the live feed, which will be available on Flow Racing. That gets underway today, so check out the action today through Sunday. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Be safe out there, and we'll see you back. Hope you can join us for the Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.